Chapter 483. Disdain. Everyone was shocked. This was the first genius youth that the red-haired middle-aged man praised. Even though this didn't represent everything, the red-haired middle-aged man was strong and could see the potential and talent of these geniuses. The youth called Lan Feng had an ugly expression. He had only received a compliment from the red-haired middle-aged man. Young Master Zuemo is really strong, and he is so cold, so handsome. After the crowd was shocked, some young girls let out sounds of admiration, hoping to attract Zuemo's attention. Unfortunately, Zuemo didn't even look at them. His gaze was on a young girl in a blue dress in the distance. That young girl was like a daughter of heaven, standing silently in the distance. No one dared to approach her. It was as though her background and talent could only be admired and could not be blasphemed. Tang Yu, the little princess of the Tang Empire, has also come. Many people clearly recognized the young girl, and the admiration in their eyes grew. The Tang Empire was a famous empire in the upper three regions. It had a long history, and the entire empire was filled with the strongest. It was extremely famous in the 100 regions. The little princess of the Tang Empire also had terrifying talent, a second-grade king body, and was in the early stages of the king spirit realm. What was most frightening was that it was said that the little princess had 30% martial essence. Martial essence was above king-level martial arts. It depended on luck and comprehension. Normal geniuses could only cultivate king-level martial arts. True geniuses could comprehend martial essence. Everyone looked at Tang Yu, but Tang Yu seemed to be familiar with this kind of attention. Her presence was indifferent as she walked lightly towards the metal chain. Light bloomed, and there was the sound of a peacock soaring. Then everyone heard the red-haired middle-aged man nod in satisfaction. Good, good, good. Good. 3 was good. Without a doubt, of the youths that boarded this time, the little princess of the Tang Empire was the most dazzling. Of course, her beauty and talent were gathered together. So no one was jealous, only admiring and admiring. Little Princess Tang Yu, ranked 4th in the upper 3 regions, you deserve this. You deserve it. Zuemo smiled faintly and looked at Tang Yu. He seemed to want to curry favor with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu's exquisite chin nodded slightly and didn't say anything. This made Zuemo slightly embarrassed. Lan Feng felt slightly embarrassed. He was a youth with an elegant bearing, but he was below a female. Even more importantly, that female had nodded at Zuemo, but she didn't even look at him. His heart was in a bad mood. His gaze wandered and suddenly fell on a young man in a blue and white robe on the dock. He immediately frowned. He saw that the young man was actually smiling. Everyone had looks of admiration on their faces, but only that young man was smiling. Was he mocking him? Are you qualified to laugh at me? A cold voice drifted out from Blue Maple's mouth, causing all the youths to look at the youth in blue and white robes. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was indeed laughing earlier, but he wasn't laughing at Blue Maple. He was only shocked by the strength of the 100 territories' geniuses. These youths were around the same age as him, but they had all reached the king spirit realm. Moreover, their talent was not weak, and their martial arts foundation was extremely deep. This filled him with anticipation, so he smiled confidently. However, the others thought that he was mocking Blue Maple. Moreover, Blue Maple didn't receive Tang Yu's attention and seemed to be very dissatisfied, so he vented the anger in his heart and didn't allow others to laugh. This was too overbearing. You think too highly of yourself. I'm mocking you? I don't have the leisure to do that, and you are not qualified for me to mock you. The other party was aggressive. Even if Lin Ling wanted to keep a low profile, he wouldn't take this lying down. What? The surrounding youths were surprised. This youth in blue and white actually dared to talk back? Although he had defeated Wei Da earlier, Wei Da's strength was only average in the upper 3 regions, while Blue Maple was 8th. You're very bold. Blue Maple was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed out of anger. He had never seen that youth before. He guessed that he was a martial artist from the middle 3 regions or the lower 3 regions. Moreover, he had made a name for himself in those places, so he was arrogant and thought that he could look down on the geniuses of the upper 3 regions. He simply couldn't see through himself. Young man, let me remind you. Do you know why the geniuses of the upper 3 regions are ranked differently from the middle 3 regions? Next to Lin Ling, a youth said with a smile. He could also see that Lin Ling seemed to be unfamiliar with the geniuses of the upper three regions. Lin Ling shook his head. He really didn't know. Because the middle three regions are not qualified to be ranked in the circle of geniuses of the upper three regions. However, the geniuses of the middle three regions are not reconciled, so they created a genius ranking to prove their strength. However, this is just a joke. The youth explained. It turned out that the middle three regions were not qualified to be ranked, and their genius ranking had no authority. The geniuses of the upper three regions were not valued at all. Lin Ling nodded, but he was still puzzled as to why the youth next to him would explain for him. After all, he didn't care about the genius ranking of the middle three regions. So what if he was first or last? You said so much to prove that the geniuses of the upper three regions are stronger, and the geniuses of the middle three regions, no matter what rank they are all trash in your eyes. Lin Ling asked. That's right, I just want you to have some self-awareness. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are ranked in the middle three regions. The youth laughed. Is there a difference? To me, any ranking is fake. Strength is everything. What does the first and second place of the upper three regions have to do with me? Sigh. Lin Ling lightly shook his head, causing the youth's face to stiffen. He had said so much to let Lin Ling know the power of the geniuses of the upper three regions and make Lin Ling feel inferior. But who would have thought that Lin Ling didn't care at all? According to your words, I am the same as you? I don't care what kind of genius you are in the middle three regions, but in my eyes, do you have the qualifications to stand side by side with me? You don't even have the qualifications to board the ship. Lu Maple still didn't get angry. With so many people watching, if he got angry at the trash of the middle three regions, it was the same as lowering his status. Maybe. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to say anything more, and walked step by step towards the metal chain. Everyone looked mockingly at Lin Ling, wanting to see the moment when Lin Ling would lose face. Zhuo Emo smiled at Tang Yu and said, no matter where, there are always clowns who don't know their own strength. Little Princess Tang Yu, don't take this kind of person to heart. They just want to use us geniuses to make a name for themselves. Sigh. He was looking for a chance to get close to Tang Yu. So he said that Lin Ling didn't fear Lu Maple in public because he wanted to make a name for himself. However, how could this kind of action move a true genius? In the end, he would only end up losing face. Tang Yu nodded and didn't express any opinion. She only looked curiously at the youth in blue and white robes. For some reason, she had a feeling that the youth wasn't deliberately mystifying things, but a kind of true indifference and indifference. This youth didn't care about the geniuses of the upper three regions? This intuition made her feel very amused, but she was also very curious. Shall we board the ship? Sigh. The red-haired middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. He wasn't surprised at all by the competition between the geniuses. This kind of thing happened every year. However, the little guy in front of him was only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, barely qualified to step into the rainforest sacred land. He didn't understand why he was so confident before. Chapter 484. Monster Rumble. The rules were the same as before. The red-haired middle-aged man's invisible aura pressed down. In the next moment, his pupils constricted as he sensed that the young man's king body was unfathomable. Most importantly, an ancient martial art was also released. The young man seemed to know a lot of king stage martial arts. Interesting. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man laughed in his heart. His aura rose again. However, the young man was not willing to be inferior. A terrifying soul force and spirit energy came back. King body is very strong, martial arts foundation is very strong, physical foundation is very solid, and even soul force is very condensed. How did this little guy cultivate? The red-haired middle-aged man was shocked. A martial artist's cultivation was actually a race against time. Some geniuses had strong martial arts foundations but weak physical foundations. Some geniuses had strong foundations but had no time to comprehend martial arts. There were very few people who were perfect in every aspect, but this young man could be said to be perfect. Again. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man was excited. He was responsible for taking the geniuses to the rainforest sacred land, but it had been a long time since he had met such a terrifying genius. Senior, you used the aura of an early King Spirit Realm cultivator against them, but you used the aura of a mid-King Spirit Realm cultivator against me. This is a bit unfair. Ha! At this moment, the young man's calm voice sounded, causing the red-haired middle-aged man's pupils to constrict. He wanted to see where the limit of the young man's talent was. The young man's aura kept rising, which was different from the usual rules. Using the aura of a mid-heavenly spirit realm cultivator against a little guy made him feel a bit embarrassed. Their auras collided in the blink of an eye, and no one noticed it at all. Many people only saw that Lin Ling seemed to stay longer than the other geniuses, which made them laugh disdainfully. Daring to provoke the geniuses of the upper three realms like this? Pa! At this moment, Lin Ling finally took a step forward, causing the smiles on the crowd's faces to stiffen. This young man seemed to have the qualifications to board the ship. However, this was just the beginning. Amazing! Ha! The soft voice was filled with shock, which heavily smashed into the hearts of the geniuses. There was no good word. There was only one word, amazing. But these two words represented the blue and white-robed youth's talent. He was above all of them. Amazing! Ha! However, the evaluation wasn't over yet. Shocked voices rang out once again, causing the eyes of all the geniuses to narrow. 2 consecutive, amazing? You're able to withstand my aura of the King Spirit Realm with your strength at the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. Your potential is very frightening, the red-haired middle-aged man said solemnly. This was what shocked him the most. He was only in the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm, 2 levels lower than the previous geniuses, but his overall combat strength and potential were stronger than theirs. This blue and white-robed youth could be called a monster. How is that possible? Lan Feng's pupils constricted. His strength wasn't comparable to the red-haired middle-aged man's, so naturally, he couldn't sense how terrifying Lin Ling was. In his eyes, the blue-white-robed youth was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his innate talent was only at the 1st grade. But he was still above his head. Senior, did you go easy on him? Zuemo also said, anger blooming in his eyes. Before, he had disdainfully commented on Lin Ling. But now Lin Ling had given him a silent slap. He didn't have the right to comment. But at the same time, a voice beside him said, the red-haired senior has been in charge of accepting geniuses from various regions for decades. He wouldn't go easy on him. What surprised me the most was that when the first genius arrived last year, the red-haired senior only gave 3 good reviews at most. But this time he said amazing twice in a row. And the last one was even more frightening. The voice floated out of Tang Yu's mouth. At this moment her beautiful eyes were looking at Lin Ling, full of surprise. She didn't know how Lin Ling was strong, but she knew that the red-haired middle-aged man wouldn't lie. Maybe he used some treasure to bribe Senior. Blue Maple and Zuomo's expressions were ugly. They didn't believe it at all. If the red-haired middle-aged man wasn't here, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson and see if Lin Ling was really above them. Especially Zuemo, the fire of jealousy in his heart was boiling. Previously, he had been trying to curry favor with Tang Yu, but Tang Yu only replied politely. However, facing the blue and white-robed youth, Tang Yu took the initiative to speak. The geniuses on the docks were still shocked. Suddenly, many people looked at Blue Maple, and then secretly laughed. Previously, Blue Maple had been so arrogant, saying that the blue and white-robed youth wasn't qualified to stand side by side with him. But the blue and white-robed youth didn't care, only saying maybe. But the result now was not a matter of standing side by side, but that the blue and white-robed youth was above Blue Maple's head. Blue Maple naturally understood this layer of meaning, and his expression was ugly to the extreme. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the people around him. He calmly boarded the boat, then found a corner and sat down cross-legged. Rumble. Not long after, all the geniuses boarded the dragon boat. The dragon boat sailed in the sea at the speed of the wind. The fierce wind blew the sails, but no wind or waves could be felt on the boat. This boat was very large, hundreds of meters long, and made of steel, riding the wind and breaking the waves majestically. Titanic may not be as big as this boat, and it's so fast. Lin Ling stood on the side of the boat, a little surprised. This world's entertainment was weaker than the previous world, but it surpassed the previous world in other aspects. An ape-like fish? In front of them, the waves rose to the sky, as if there was a storm at all times. In the soaring waves, Lin Ling vaguely saw a monster with the upper body of an ape and the lower body of a fish. The monster rode the wind and waves, staring at the dragon boat with its red eyes, as if it wanted to swallow the dragon boat. However, it seemed to have sensed that there were strong people on the dragon boat, so it finally dived into the water. Even the monster is so powerful. The sacred land of the rainforest, I'm looking forward to it. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He was finally going to step into the palace of martial arts, but he knew that it was just the beginning. One day, when he could fly freely in the sacred land of martial arts, he would be one step closer to the top of the clouds in this world. He couldn't help but recall everything when he first came to this world. At that time he was blind. Later, he cleared Huiletang's name, returned to the Fire Ancient clan, the battle of the 8 clans in the outer city, and the battle of the kings in the inner city. Everything was like a dream. If it was in the previous world, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to do such a pioneering work. Perhaps he would just be an ordinary member of the masses. But here he was galloping on a horse and ruling the world. It was a wonderful feeling, but it also made people yearn for it. Then, he sat down cross-legged and sensed the aura in his dantian. At this moment, in the center of his heavenly spirit origin core, there were 4,000 vermilion birds' flames, which were the 4 elements true fire. When he was facing the red-haired middle-aged man, he used 10% of the vermilion bird's flames to successfully board the boat. Outside the heavenly spirit origin core, there was the spiritual chi of the world-purifying demonic fire. At this moment it was like a demonic dragon, revolving around the heavenly spirit origin core. That woman's king body is a peacock, which is very rare. Lin Ling looked at the girl in the blue dress in the distance and knew that she was the strongest person on this boat. Chapter 485. She caught up with him. I don't know. Have they awakened? Lin Ling smiled as he thought about the girls in the cloud region. He didn't bring Yu and the others because he wanted to build a solid foundation for Yu and the others so that they could go further in the future. Hence, everyone agreed to meet in the rainforest sacred ground 1 year later. At this moment, in the extreme ice palace in the cloud region, the second prince and the others had already left and returned to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Only Yu and the other girls were left behind. They were now soaking in a blood-red pool. If there was a man here, the scene in the pool would make him vomit blood and run away. You've awakened. Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded. The other girls all looked at Yu. In the pool, her long black hair was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. Her jade-like cheeks were dripping with water. She was as elegant and refined as a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. Her lively eyes were slightly closed, and her long eyelashes occasionally fluttered, making her look as beautiful as a fairy and as pure as an angel. Looking down, the girl's proud twin peaks had just emerged from the water. They glowed with a seductive light and aroused the most primitive desires. However, at the same time, the girl's body glowed with a warm light. On her smooth back, the mark of a peacock appeared. The peacock spread its tail, and there were actually 9,999 feathers. She's awakened. I didn't expect Yu's bloodline to be so extraordinary. The heavenly concubine was the first one to awaken her monarch body. At this moment, one of her eyes was black and the other was white. It was as if she had seen something. However, an innate suppressive aura swept over her. She could sense that Yu's monarch body was above hers. You're so mysterious. Yuman Yun and Yuer, and the others were also surprised. There was a smile in their eyes. They were happy for Yu. Not everyone could unleash the full power of the 7 transformations awakening pill. This pill could only awaken the monarch physique hidden within one's bloodline. At the very least, and Yuer and Qin Xiaolan had yet to awaken their monarch physique. After a long time, the light around Yu's body receded. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she finally opened her eyes. Her face was a bit blank, as if awakening her bloodline had caused many things to appear in her mind. Peacock King. Yu muttered to herself, causing the other girls to be shocked. However, when they asked about it in detail, they realized that Yu didn't know much at the moment. For the first awakening, there are many things that you won't understand for the time being. As time passes, you will become more familiar with your king physique, The heavenly concubine explained. Several young girls walked out of the pool. Their long and slender legs were wet with water droplets, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Yu has also awakened, but we still haven't. We've only opened the 8 gates: bone forging, blood tempering, and organ strengthening. Our foundations are already solid, but our monarch physique is still ordinary. Yun sighed. Don't be discouraged, everyone. The effects of the 7 transformations awakening pill sometimes don't appear immediately. Perhaps after some time, you will also awaken your monarch physique. The heavenly concubine consoled. Yun and Yuer and Qin Xiaolan's faces darkened. They didn't have much confidence in themselves. Sister, you will definitely awaken. Yu also consoled. She was the youngest among the girls, but at this moment as she grew older, she became even more slender and elegant. She was like a green lotus on a snowy mountain peak, pure and clean. I plan to go out and train. And Yuer pondered for a moment and raised her head. If a martial artist wanted to break through the bottleneck, they had to experience life and death and travel the world. This was indispensable. Lin Ling is getting stronger and stronger. We always become his burden every time. It makes me feel guilty. I also want to help him. I don't want him to get further and further away from me. You or I will go with you. Yun also said firmly. The young man had saved her from the hands of countless people back then. He had even defeated Shang Fifan for her. She remembered this kindness in her heart, so she wanted to become stronger. She wanted to catch up to the young man. The outside world is even crueler. If the 2 of you go, then... The heavenly concubine was a little worried. She was the smartest among the girls, so she knew more things. Break and rebuild. Maybe there will be other opportunities outside that can make us stronger. Sister heavenly concubine, let us go. And Yuer looked at the heavenly concubine and said. The heavenly concubine finally nodded her head. Everyone had their own martial path and their own world, so the heavenly concubine didn't stop them. Moreover, she knew that if Lin Ling was here, he wouldn't stop them. Lin Ling didn't like girls who had no sense of self. Okay, good luck. The heavenly concubine waved her small fist and said, making the girls laugh. Sister heavenly concubine, I want to go too. At this moment Yu's sweet voice sounded. Her beautiful eyes looked at the heavenly concubine and said. All this time, she had watched Lin Ling fight all over the world and become stronger constantly to protect them. Therefore, she also wanted to experience the outside world. At least she would know how difficult Lin Ling grew up. Okay, since we've already missed the Rainforest Holy Land's disciple recruitment this year, we'll go next year. During this year we'll go out and explore. Yu, I'll go with you. The heavenly concubine smiled and stretched out her fist. Yu was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and clenched her small hand into a fist, bumping it against the heavenly concubine's fist. We'll form a group of 2 and go out to train. 1 year later, we'll go back to the Rainforest Holy Land. The girls all laughed. Only Qin Xiaolan shook her head. She planned to stay in the Fire Ancient clan and help the Fire Ancient clan. Young people should go out and explore. Go Ling Er's world is in that sky. You'll catch up to him. Grandpa doesn't have anything to give you. I can only give you my blessings. At this moment an old voice sounded. It was Ancestor Tian. Then Elder Wu also appeared. They looked at the younger generation with gratification. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandma Wu. We'll become stronger and catch up to Lin Ling. The girls all smiled and said. Their smiles were like the spring breeze, making the small courtyard even more beautiful. There was only one voice in their hearts. 1 year later, they'll gather at the Rainforest Holy Land. The dragon boat was still breaking through the waves. On the boat, a large number of geniuses waited quietly. They were excited and expectant. That blue-white robed youth is so powerful. Powerful? He's only in the late stage of the sky spirit realm. Who knows what tricks he used to board the boat? Maybe he used some treasure to bribe the red-haired senior. Probably not, but I think he's very handsome. He's even colder than Zuoremo. After waiting for a while, the gazes of the geniuses all fell on the corner. The blue-white robed youth was calmly cultivating. His face was as calm as an ancient well. He wasn't affected by the gossip around him. Previously, The youth had shocked everyone and received the highest praise from the red-haired senior. They couldn't see anything special about the youth, so many people were dissatisfied. Of course, there were also some young girls who were secretly staring at the young girl. Chapter 486. The hidden test just trash. If it wasn't for the red-haired elder, I would have taught him a lesson already. One of the youths was slightly jealous. He stared at the youth in the distance with a proud gaze, and at the same time, his aura quietly attacked. You dare to cultivate? I'll let you go mad. That aura turned into a small knife and shot out. Many people on the ship saw this scene, but they didn't stop it, especially Zhuo and Lan Feng. They were gloating. Bang! However, just as the Ling Qi knife approached the blue and white robed youth, a terrifying aura was released, and the knife instantly collapsed. Puff! At the same time, the youth who attacked him spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. That person also noticed his sneak attack while he was cultivating. His reaction was terrifying. Clearly, he had rich battle experience. Who dares to harass me? Die! A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the faces of the geniuses to turn ugly. This blue and white robed youth was so domineering. Get off! At the same time, a cold voice sounded. The youth who attacked him was grabbed by an invisible hand and thrown off the ship. He was swallowed by the endless sea. I don't care about the grudges between you, but on my ship, no one is allowed to attack. If you violate this rule, the consequence is to be thrown off the ship. The cold voice sounded again. It was the red-haired middle-aged man. His words made the geniuses not dare to act rashly. Zhuo and Lan Feng frowned. It seemed that if they wanted to teach that youth a lesson, they could only do it in the rainforest's sacred land. Indifferent. If he's not pretending, then he must have experienced many battles. However, he's only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and his aura seems to be of the first-grade king physique. Why does the red-haired elder think that he's the #1 genius on the ship? Tang Yu's curious gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling being so cold and distant, she would have asked him. Her words made Zhuo and Lan Feng very uncomfortable. Just a trash in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He had the qualifications to be the #1 genius on the ship? Alright, we've arrived at the 9-headed Dragon King's territory. Sit tight and don't get thrown off the ship, or I won't save you. At this time, the red-haired middle-aged man's voice sounded again, but it made many people confused. Roar! At this moment, the sea began to churn, and the rain from the sky was like arrows. Looking ahead under the gray sky, the shadow of a huge demonic beast appeared. Sea Demon, 9-headed Dragon King. Roar! A roar was heard, causing the waves to explode. The hearts of countless youths trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast! All the youngsters came to the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. They were curious and excited. At the bow of the ship, the red-haired middle-aged man looked behind him and realized that many of the youngsters were not afraid of the 9-headed Dragon King. Their gazes were filled with battle intent. Yes, there are many good seedlings in this batch of geniuses. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded, but then said, however, those who can last until the end are the best. Roar! The terrifying roar resounded once again. The 9-headed Dragon King was getting closer and closer. At the same time, a large number of geniuses at the bow of the ship turned pale. They were forced to take a few steps back. Some geniuses with weaker foundation even fell to the ground with a plop. Gradually, there were only 4 people left. They were Lin Ling, Tang Yu, Zhuo, and Lan Feng. The 4 of them are so powerful. Their auras are on par with the 9-headed Dragon King. The geniuses were shocked and envious. Tang Yu and the other 2 were geniuses in the upper 3 domains. Therefore, it was normal for them to not be afraid of the 9-headed Dragon King's aura. However, Lin Ling surprised many. Tang Yu quietly looked to her side and realized that the blue and white robed youngster was looking into the distance. Not only was he not afraid, his battle intent was boiling. Moreover, she could faintly see that there was a flame burning in his deep eyes. The youngster seemed to want to fight the 9-headed Dragon King. Tang Yu's heart trembled. This youngster's martial heart seemed to be fearless. He's just trying to be mysterious. Lan Feng and Zhuo said with disdain. However, in reality, the terrifying sea demon was getting closer and closer. Its aura made them feel like taking a step back. Didn't you want to fight before? Now there's a chance. This 9-headed dragon king can be considered a demon king in the Rain Sea. Next, I will severely injure it. Whoever can kill it will be rewarded with 50,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. The red-haired middle-aged man's smiling voice could be heard. He wanted to see how powerful the geniuses on this ship were. All right. The geniuses instantly became excited. Even though they were a little afraid, they also wanted to show off a little and prove their strength. Moreover, there was a reward. Tang Yu and the other two nodded. Lan Feng looked at Lin Ling indifferently and snorted. Previously, you seem to have bribed the red-haired senior and deceived all of us. Now, if you have the ability, attack. That's right. If it wasn't for the red-haired senior, we would have taught you a lesson. However, even though we can easily defeat you, we won't bully you. Next, let's play. Zuemo also sneered. Lin Ling didn't even look at the two of them and said indifferently, "Are the geniuses of the upper 3 regions all frogs at the bottom of a well? Don't be too arrogant." Both Zuemo and Lan Feng were furious. This youngster said that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. You are the arrogant ones. I have never provoked you. Just because I smiled, you thought that I was mocking you. Just because the red-haired senior gave you a better evaluation, you want to prove yourselves. How boring. Lin Ling still looked ahead and shook his head indifferently. His tone was extremely relaxed, with disdain and even contempt. Especially the last sentence, how boring. This was simply a great humiliation to Zuemo and Lan Feng's self-esteem. He's out. At this moment, the red-haired middle-aged man said in a low voice. His body exploded, turning into endless waves that attacked the front. Rumble. A great battle erupted in front of them. The red-haired middle-aged man was facing the 9-headed Dragon King alone. One had to know that the 9-headed Dragon King was at the peak of the King Spirit realm. Without a certain level of strength, who would dare to face him? Such terrifying strength. The red-haired middle-aged man is like the king of the water. All the geniuses were frightened. The martial artist from the Rainforest Holy Land was indeed powerful. True meaning of water at least 50%, and his king physique is 3rd grade. Lin Ling was also surprised. The red-haired middle-aged man was indeed very powerful. His talent was exceptional, and his cultivation realm was very high. One had to know that every step in the heavenly spirit realm was like climbing a mountain. Countless resources were consumed, not to mention the King's Spirit realm. Boom! The great battle lasted for 15 minutes. The 9-headed Dragon King was heavily injured. Then, an endless amount of water mist floated over. The red-haired middle-aged man appeared at the bow of the ship again. The Demon King is heavily injured. Which one of you can try to kill it? But let me remind you, an injured Demon King will be even more violent. The geniuses on the ship were boiling with fighting spirit. Those who could become geniuses mostly had the heart of martial arts. Moreover, now is the time to prove themselves. Why would they be afraid of a battle? I'll do it. A youngster shot out and pounced on the 9-headed Dragon King. Wind Thunder Spear. Chapter 487. 9-headed Dragon King. It's Qin Lin, a disciple of the upper 3 regions Qin clan. He has a king body and is good at speed. The crowd exclaimed. That youth was above average in the circle of geniuses in the 100 regions. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of the 9-headed Dragon King's injury to amaze the world. Roar! The 9-headed Dragon King was getting closer and closer. Only now did the crowd see clearly that it was a 9-headed sea demon. It was as huge as a mountain and could easily overturn rivers and seas. Its body was covered in black scales and emitted the aura of a demon king. Clang! One of the dragon heads collided with the Wind Thunder Spear. A deafening sound was heard, shocking everyone. Just one dragon head was enough to block Qin Lin's spear. One must know that no early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist could block that spear's power. Retreat. After his strongest attack failed, Qin Lin exploded with terrifying speed and retreated. However, it was still too late. A beam of black ice shot over like a light pillar and froze Qin Lin. Then, a dragon head rushed over and swallowed Qin Lin. He's dead. His attack failed and he retreated too slowly. Many people said regretfully. Even though the nine-headed dragon king was injured, its strength was still terrifying. I'll do it. Next, each and every one of the geniuses made their moves, releasing their brilliance. However, when they executed their strongest moves, most of them were blocked by the nine-headed dragon kings. Some of them managed to escape, while some of them were too slow and were devoured. Let me do it. Finally, Tang Yu made her move. Countless geniuses were looking forward to it. Tang Yu was ranked 4th in the 100 regions and was also the strongest genius on this ship. What would her result be? Peacock treasured vase seal. A delicate shout sounded in the sky. A 9-feathered peacock appeared behind Tang Yu. Countless rays of light in the sky turned into specks of stars and condensed on her delicate palm, causing her palm to emit a sacred light. Martial intent at least 30% and can absorb the rays of light in the sky for her own use. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was very knowledgeable and could see through Tang Yu's martial arts with a glance. However, although that palm was 30% martial intent, it seemed to be mainly for defense and secondary for offense. Therefore, it couldn't compare to his sword intent and fire intent. Currently, Lin Ling had 40% fire intent and 20% sword intent. These two types of martial intent, one was destruction and the other was sharpness. Seal. The delicate voice rang out again, and a huge palm print pressed out. Rumble. The palm imprints were like the radiance of the sun in the sky. Layers upon layers of palm imprints landed on the nine-headed dragon king's head. After a few bangs, 2 of the nine-headed dragon king's heads exploded. Amazing! All the geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Tang Yu. As for Tang Yue, he flew back to the ship and smiled at the red-haired middle-aged man. The red-haired middle-aged man nodded his head approvingly. Previously, I roughly tested you. Your talent is rank 2nd, but your strength is very strong. You are the first to injure the nine-headed dragon king. Not bad. Previously, boarding the ship was only a test of talent, not a test of strength. But now it was time to prove their strength. Tang Yu amazing. The youths all let out sounds of admiration. My turn. Zuo smiled and leaped forward. He was the 5th strongest genius in the upper 3 realms. He was from the Zuo clan in the realm of Void Heaven, and was extremely powerful. Eyes of myriad forms. His king physique was extremely rare. It was as if he could see through everything in the world and instantly find the enemy's weakness. Fist of myriad forms. Then he threw out a punch. It was as if 10,000 elephants were galloping. The power was so great that even the air was torn apart. This punch hit the nine-headed dragon king's weak point. Boom! Another head of the nine-headed dragon king exploded, causing the crowd to cheer. What a mysterious king physique. Previously, his right eye turned red and saw through the sea demon's weak point. Then he attacked. Lin Ling nodded. This king physique was similar to the heavenly concubine, but the heavenly concubine was stronger than him. She could borrow strength to fight strength. Then Zuo proudly walked back to the dragon ship, enjoying the admiration of the youths of the same age. My turn. Blue Maple was not to be outdone. His body flew out gracefully. A dazzling blue longbow appeared in his right hand. It was more than 2 meters long. The bow was like a pair of wings, emitting a mysterious light. He was actually a rare archer. Then he drew the bow and shot out an arrow, piercing through heaven and earth. The attack power of an archer was extremely strong. It was very suitable for catching the enemy off guard and killing with one arrow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrow shadows broke through the air. Every arrow that hit the nine-headed dragon king's head would explode. The power was very terrifying. Then the 4th head collapsed. The remaining 5 heads became violent. Carrying a fishy smell, they pounced on Blue Maple. Blue Maple's expression changed, and he anxiously retreated to the dragon ship. In the end, the nine-headed dragon king was blocked by the red-haired middle-aged man. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. After Blue Maple returned to the dragon ship, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he only broke 1 head, at least there were not many geniuses on the ship who could break a head. So he had the right to be proud. He might be surprised by your strength. After all, he's just a junior in the heavenly spirit realm. He doesn't know how powerful a genius in the king spirit realm is. Zuo also smiled indifferently. Both of their results were not bad, just below Tang Yu. It's just an injured monster. With the strength of the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, you guys only broke one head. You should consider where you are weak. Lin Ling glanced at them and replied indifferently. You. Zhua Mo and Blue Maple glared fiercely. In their eyes, anger erupted like a volcano. This youth from the countryside actually used the tone of a senior to evaluate them. You should consider where you are weak. This sentence was said so matter-of-factly, as if the two of them were weaker than the youth. This youth really dares to say that. The pupils of the other youths shrank, and they were stunned. The red-haired middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Are you going?" "Of course, I won't let go of 50,000 mid-grade spirit crystals." Lin Ling smiled at the red-haired middle-aged man and jumped up. He didn't use any martial arts, and just walked step by step towards the sea and the sky. Good courage. Looking at the carefree youth, the red-haired middle-aged man smiled with praise. In reality, he thought the most highly of Lin Ling on this ship. However, Lin Ling's talent was not bad, but his strength still needed to be evaluated. And now was the time. Many people knew this and they all looked forward to it. Lin Ling's evaluation of the red-haired middle-aged man was very high, but what about his strength? He was only in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He might not even be able to break one head. I say he will definitely be scared back to the dragon ship. Deliberately mystifying. We can easily defeat him, but we won't bully the weak. It's just that he doesn't know his own strength. Zhua Mo and Blue Maple said coldly. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still walked forward slowly. His calm appearance made many people's eyes flicker. But gradually they realized that something was wrong. Lin Ling hadn't made a move yet, and he was still walking towards the nine-headed Dragon King. Was he courting death? It should be known that the geniuses who fought before mostly fought from afar. After one move, they immediately returned to the dragon ship. However, Lin Ling didn't fight from afar, but kept approaching. Chapter 488. The evilness of that sword. You don't even know a long-range attack. Is this the #1 genius on this ship? Blue Maple laughed disdainfully. The red-haired man was also surprised, but he didn't say anything. He only looked like he was about to help. It's getting closer, a teenager exclaimed. Then they saw the remaining 5 heads of the 9-headed Dragon King pouncing towards Lin Ling. He's dead. Lin Ling had nowhere to run at such a close distance. Roar! The 5 dragon heads, each carrying fire, ice, lightning, dark, and gold energy, pounced over violently. In its eyes, this puny human was simply courting death. Not good. The red-haired man finally made a move. Although it wasn't suitable for him to make a move, he didn't want the blue and white robed teenager to die in the mouth of the 9-headed Dragon King. After all, this teenager's talent wasn't weak. Just as he moved, a calm voice was heard at the same time. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gently placed his right hand on the large sword on his back. In the next moment, he unsheathed the sword and slashed with a magnificent aura. The entire process was smooth and pleasing to the eye. The demonic fire bloomed, and the sword radiance was like a peerless demonic dragon. It swept out with a terrifying sword intent. Whoosh! The 5 dragon heads trembled slightly under the demonic fire and slowed down. In the next moment, the 5 dragon heads were chopped off at the same time. Boom! At the same time, the sword cut through everything. After passing through the 5 dragon heads, it cut into the endless sea in the distance, causing a terrifying tsunami. Endless sea water poured down like rain. In the rain, Lin Ling hung the sword on his back again. He turned around and slowly walked towards the dragon ship. Decapitation of the dragon heads. Silence. The sea was silent at this moment. Only the sound of the falling sea water could be heard. On the dragon ship, there was a deathly silence. No one would have thought that the blue and white robed teenager would cut off the remaining 5 dragon heads with a single slash. This result was even better than Tang Yu's. After all, Tang Yu had only destroyed 2 dragon heads. The evilness of that slash was as dazzling as a shooting star. And the most terrifying thing was that this youth was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. 20% of the sword intent, and that is the overlord sword art. The red-haired man muttered to himself, "What a terrifying talent." He had naturally heard of the Overlord sword art. It was a powerful sword art within the 7 profound martial house. It was the only sword art that could cultivate the true meaning of the sword to 50%. Unfortunately, there were very few people who had successfully cultivated it. The only famous one was the legendary Limitless Sword Saint. What a fierce sword art. Tang Yu covered her mouth with her small hand, unable to speak. In her eyes, the young man was like a peerless swordsman, carrying a big sword and strolling in the rain. That sword, that rain, coupled with the clean blue and white robe. The young man at this moment was extremely handsome and out of this world. Tang Yu's Tang. Since she was like this, the other girls were even more so. Their beautiful eyes were filled with adoration. "I see why you can easily defeat me, but you won't bully the weak?" Arriving at the bow of the ship, Lin Ling looked at Lan Feng and Zuemo. Their faces were extremely ugly. To cut off a dragon head. This youth's attack power was terrifying. Could they really defeat this youth so easily? They wouldn't bully the weak, but who was strong and who was weak? Their faces were as ugly as a pig's liver. But they were silent. They didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling shook his head. He landed on the bow of the ship with his sword on his back, and then walked step by step into the depths of the ship. "Now you have nothing to say." The red-haired man looked at the geniuses. His meaning was that Lin Ling was the #1 genius on the ship, but many of the geniuses were dissatisfied with him. Now, who was dissatisfied with him? The geniuses were silent. Their eyes were filled with dread. The red-haired man faintly smiled. He looked at the youth sitting cross-legged in the distance, and thought to himself, "My ship finally has a monstrous genius. I wonder how the other ships will fare." Also, there are many geniuses that have passed the test. There are only a dozen or so that will be eliminated. If these geniuses knew that this was the 7 profound martial house's disciple recruitment test, what would they think? Especially those that didn't dare to fight against the 9-headed Dragon King. They would be filled with regret. Because of their cowardice, they had already been eliminated. Even if a martial artist faced a strong enemy, what was there to fear? If they didn't dare to fight, then how far could they go in the future? The dragon ship broke through the waves, and once again moved forward on the vast sea. However, the surface of the sea was somewhat calm. This caused the geniuses on the ship to relax. They all sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. But their eyes were faintly looking at the blue and white robed youth in the distance. That youth's sword was very sharp, and his talent seemed to be #1. He could be called the #1 genius on this ship. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes of those around him. He was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, grasping the time to enhance his strength. He was getting closer and closer to the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. "I admire you. That sword was just too dazzling. I dare say that in this year's 7 profound martial house geniuses, your strength is absolutely in the top 3. At this moment, a smiling voice sounded in front of Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to open his eyes and look. A young man in a golden robe had already sat down in front of him. This young man was as handsome as jade, with red lips and white teeth. He was extremely handsome, so much so that his handsomeness was somewhat devilish. It was a kind of feminine beauty, not the kind of handsomeness that was masculine. Behind this youth stood an old man, causing Lin Ling to be secretly surprised. It had to be known that this dragon ship was filled with many geniuses, but this golden-robed youth seemed to have a servant with him. This also showed that this golden-robed youth was not simple. "My name is Emperor Inch. Nice to meet you." The golden-robed youth had a smile on his face. "Lin Ling." "Yes." Lin Ling also faintly smiled. This youth was very polite, and not arrogant like the other geniuses, so he also returned the greeting. "Lin Ling, sharp and fierce just like your name. In fact, I just want to ask, did you use the Overlord sword art?" Emperor Inch asked expectantly. He seemed to want to know this question. But the old man beside him frowned and reminded him, "Young master." "Young master." What he meant was, don't talk to strangers. "It's fine. I can feel that Brother Lin Ling is a good person." "Young master." But Emperor Inch waved his hand and smiled. He was open and candid, not concealing anything. This caused Lin Ling to have an even better impression of him. As for Emperor Inch, The Overlord sword art was indeed the famous sword art of the limitless sword saint. It was just that he had left the true meaning of the sword in the Overlord Song's sword, allowing Lin Ling to display the true meaning of the sword, as long as he instilled spiritual energy into it. Chapter 489. Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to reply, his gaze fell on the jade pendant hanging from Dijichuan's waist. It seemed to be the fire elemental jade. This was one of the essential treasures for him to refine the true fire pill. This kind of jade was of the fire element and was extremely rare. Brother Lin Ling, you seem to like this piece of jade. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Yes. Dijichuan noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately took off the jade pendant and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. They had only met by chance, but Dijichuan was giving such a precious treasure to him so easily? Young master. Yes. The old man's expression changed and he couldn't help but remind him. This jade is useless to me. It's better to give it to someone who needs it. Dijichuan said with a smile. His smile was very clean without any scheming. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile gratefully. He didn't act pretentious and accepted the jade pendant. Brother D, this fire elemental jade is indeed very important to me. However, the fact that Brother D can give it away so casually is enough to prove Brother D's magnanimity. I owe you this favor. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and then replied, what I used before was indeed the hegemon sword art. As for how I learned it, it's not convenient for me to say. Yes. His words caused Dijichuan's eyes to flicker. The reason he talked to Lin Ling was because Lin Ling was very similar to one of his seniors. Unfortunately, that senior had passed away, causing his D bloodline to decline. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling use the hegemon sword art, he instantly had a good impression of him. The hegemon sword art is not some hidden martial art. There are countless geniuses in the Rainforest Holy Land. How can you be the only one who knows it? Being arrogant at such a young age, you won't go far in the future. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. It was the old man beside Dijichuan. He seemed to dislike Lin Ling very much. Old Lu. Dijichuan called out softly. Then, he smiled apologetically at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't mind and just shook his head. You didn't even say a word of thanks after receiving benefits from others. Is this how your elders taught you to behave? Seeing how arrogant you are, I'm afraid your family's elders aren't good people either. The old man ignored Dijichuan and continued harshly. This time Lin Ling frowned. Although he wanted the fire elemental jade, he wasn't greedy. Moreover, although he had accepted the fire elemental jade, he would naturally repay it in the future. Moreover, Dijichuan didn't say anything. Instead, it was the old servant who spoke harshly and scolded Lin Ling's family elders. This old man had gone too far. Elder Lu. Dijichuan was finally dissatisfied. However, after he spoke, the old man sighed and said, Young master, you rarely leave home and don't know how sinister people can be. I'm just afraid that you'll be deceived. Some people look decent on the surface but are actually dark inside. These people always want to take advantage of you. He seemed to be trying to persuade Dijichuan, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling obviously. He was talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling also frowned. If it wasn't for Dijichuan, he would have already retaliated against the harsh old man. Brother Lin Ling, I'm sorry. He's just worried about me. That's why he spoke so bluntly. Please don't take it to heart. Dijichuan hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Then he didn't want to say anything more. Brother D, I Lin Ling will remember your favor. If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay you. With that he stood up and left. Repay? Who do you think you are? Do you have the ability to repay me? As he was leaving, Lin Ling still heard the old man's disdainful voice. Shaking his head, Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. Then, he quietly waited for the dragon boat to dock. In his hand he held a fiery red jade pendant. This was the fire elemental jade. If one looked closely, this jade looked like a ball of flame. It was extremely magical. The ingredients for refining the true fire pill are really harsh. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he had gained a lot from this trip. He had obtained the fire elemental jade and 50,000 middle spiritual crystals as a reward. especially the spiritual crystals. It was enough for him to reach the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. In the endless sea, a vast and boundless continent appeared. A huge tree sat on the ground, covering the entire continent. This tree was so tall that it reached the clouds. Even from afar, one could see it clearly. It was hard to imagine how magnificent this tree would be when it reached the ground. No wonder it was called the sacred land of the rainforest. We're about to arrive at the sacred land of the rainforest. That world is the world of the strong and the cradle of geniuses. Are you all ready to accept the challenge? The red-haired man's voice sounded out, causing everyone's blood to boil. The world of the strong, they were all looking forward to it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before long, the dragon boat reached the shore. A mysterious aura spread out from the earth. The spiritual energy here was much richer. Looking up, one could only see ancient trees towering into the sky. They couldn't see the end of the trees, mysterious and ancient. Take the jade cards in your hands and report to the 7 profound martial house. After the red-haired man stopped the boat, he waved his right hand and a large number of jade cards flew out. Each of the talented youths took one, but some of them didn't receive a jade card. Those who didn't receive a jade card, wait here in the evening. I will send you back. The red-haired man expressionlessly said. Everyone understood that those youths who didn't receive a jade card had been eliminated. Go. Then the red-haired man waved his right hand, and all the talented youths left. Lin Ling also received a jade card. He had just taken a few steps when he heard the red-haired man's smiling voice. Your talent and strength are good. Don't be late. In this year's 7 profound martial house disciple recruitment, you are ranked 3rd. Hearing this, Lin Ling was surprised. He was actually ranked 3rd? Then he smiled and saluted and also rushed forward. This place was very large and exuded an ancient aura. The mountains were desolate and ancient, and the trees towered into the sky. But deep in the depths, the terrifying sounds of monstrous beasts were deafening. What a huge aura! Lin Ling's expression was dignified. Whether it was the martial artists or the monstrous beasts in the rainforest Holy Land, they were obviously more powerful than those in the 100 territories. Then, following the jade card in his hand, he walked all the way to the 7 profound martial house. At the same time, he secretly sighed. The land here was so vast. If he didn't have a jade card to guide him, he would definitely get lost. After walking like this for a full hour, before long, he could feel billowing spiritual energy fluctuations. There were even faint sounds of fighting, causing Lin Ling to frown. He pondered for a moment and quietly walked forward. In an open space, several people were besieged by a large number of black-clothed martial artists. Who are you and why are you attacking us? We are bandits. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The powerhouses on both sides were not weak. There were early King Spirit Realm martial artists guarding them, but the besieged side had obviously been caught off guard, so they couldn't react in time, and people were constantly dying. In the cloud domain, a King Spirit Realm martial artist is equal to a king, but here you can see them everywhere. Atop an ancient tree, Lin Ling looked at the battle in front of him. He was about to leave when he suddenly frowned. In that group of people being besieged, he saw the Emperor's Inch. The Emperor's Inch had given him a piece of fire elemental jade. Now that they were in trouble with Lin Ling's personality, he would naturally help them. Chapter 490. Attack. At this moment, the slaughter was still ongoing. Di Jichuan had many guards around him, all of whom were at the late and peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but they were dying one after another. On the other side, the black-clothed men cooperated better and suppressed the guards step by step. Demonic dragon fire. At this moment, a cold voice came from the outermost area, followed by a demonic flame. Several black-clothed men couldn't react in time and were instantly enveloped by the flames, crying out in pain. This sudden scene had obviously disrupted the black-clothed men's siege, causing them to become somewhat disorganized. The leader of the black-clothed men turned around and frowned. You're courting death, kill him. Anger surged in his heart. He was so close to completing his mission, but who knew that a youth with tyrannical strength would suddenly appear and disrupt his plan? Brat, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so die. 5 black-clothed men pounced on Lin Ling. They were all at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, and one of them was even at the king spirit realm. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered like the wind. He raised the sword in his hand, and the saber-like sword blossomed with a dazzling light. Spirit chi poured into the hegemony song sword, and sword intent gushed out. Swish! The sword slashed out. This sword is so sharp. For peak heavenly spirit realm cultivators were split into 2. The remaining king spirit realm cultivator's pupils constricted, and he subconsciously blocked with the large saber in his hand. Clang! The saber broke and the man flew. Plop! Although the king spirit realm cultivator didn't die, he was still slashed into the distance by the terrifying sword intent and smashed into the ground. So powerful! The remaining black-clothed men's pupils constricted. They thought that he was just an ordinary heavenly spirit realm cultivator, but who knew that he would be so difficult to deal with? Sword intent. He's a genius of the martial house. The leader's expression changed drastically. He was most afraid of encountering those geniuses who could fight above their level. It was extremely terrifying. Kill! Kill! The leader of the black-clothed men was stronger. He was good at using a staff, and when he stirred up the wind and clouds, he turned into a shadow and pounced on Lin Ling. Clang! In the next moment, the staff and sword collided with a deafening sound. A strong gust of wind blew out from the 2 of them, cutting a large number of trees in half. Brat, this has nothing to do with you. Scram immediately or die. Holding the coiling dragon staff in hand, the black-clothed man stared coldly at the youth in front of the staff. If you can kill me, then do it. Lin Ling's sword blocked the staff, and his mouth curved into a cold smile. You! The black-robed man's eyes burned with anger. This young man was detestable, and he had also tested the young man's strength with his staff. He was afraid that the young man was no weaker than an early-stage king spirit realm cultivator. Kill! At this moment, the martial artists from Emperor's Inch's side charged over, causing the black-robed men's morale to plummet. They were either killed or turned to flee. Take care of yourself. The leader of the black-robed men didn't dare to continue fighting. He slapped the ground with his right hand, causing a cloud of dust to erupt into the air. Lin Ling faintly glanced at them but didn't chase. In fact, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the black-robed man. He only needed to reveal one of his cards. But his goal was to save someone, so there was no need to reveal all of his cards. It's Brother Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. After the battle ended, Emperor's Inch was the first to see Lin Ling. He gratefully walked over. This young man is fierce. Wow! The martial artists beside Emperor's Inch were surprised. They had personally witnessed this young man turn the tide of battle and save them. They obviously hadn't come on a boat, but had come here to greet Emperor's Inch. Otherwise, if they had been on the boat, they would have known that Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak. Young master, wait. Oh! At this moment, a cold voice sounded out, causing everyone to stop in their tracks towards Lin Ling. Everyone looked over and saw that the one speaking was young Master D's servant, Old Lu. When we went to the 7 Profound Martial House, we didn't leak any information. Why would there be people trying to kill us midway? Old Lu coldly looked at Lin Ling, causing everyone to be surprised. Old Lu, what was the meaning of this? Those people seem to be bandits, so it's not strange that we met them midway. A martial artist guard said. No, they obviously didn't come for money, but to kill young Master D. Old Lu said in a low voice. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Little friend, why are you following us? And if I'm not wrong, those people were called by you. Brother. As these words came out, everyone's complexion changed. They looked at Lin Ling with vigilance. Old Lu, there must be some misunderstanding here. Brother Lin Ling just saved us. Emperor's Inch frowned. Young master, you don't understand how sinister people can be. First, our whereabouts are hidden, but how could someone know where we are? And the only person you've come in contact with is that youth. Second, he saved you because he wanted to get closer to you so that it would be easier to kill you. After all, if those black-clothed men wanted to kill us, they might not have succeeded. And even if they did succeed, they would have to pay a great price. Sigh. This youth is very sinister. Sigh. As his words fell, everyone became even more vigilant. One of them coldly said, "Who sent you? If you don't tell us, you won't be able to leave here." Sigh. Linling tightly frowned. He had saved Emperor's Inch, but he hadn't thought that there would be such a result. He would be slandered as an assassin. If I really wanted to get close to Emperor's Inch, I could have killed him on the boat. Why bother? Not to mention, if I hadn't appeared, you would have all died at the hands of those black-clothed men. From another perspective, I saved your lives. Sigh. Linling coldly said. Everyone's eyes flashed. This youth's words were also reasonable. Saving people is to make it easier to kill them. Old master. But soon old Lu darkly smiled and said, "Little friend, you're so young and yet you're so cruel and merciless. You're so shrewd. This is not good for your martial arts path." Old master. Old Lu, there must be a misunderstanding. Emperor's Inch finally couldn't help but open his mouth. He believed that Linling would not harm him because of the overlord sword art. Those who cultivated this sword art had a pure and innocent heart, and treated others with sincerity. His predecessor had been like this, and this youth in front of him must also be like this. "Ai young master, I'm thinking for you. You must go to the 7 Profound Martial House to see the Sword Elder. How could you make a mistake midway?" Old Lu gently sighed, and then looked at Linling. "You go. My family's young master is kind and has been deceived by you. But he doesn't want you to die. As servants, we will respect the young master's opinion." Old master. His words were pleasant to hear, but in truth, when had he ever respected Emperor's opinion? From beginning to end, he was the only one speaking. "Deceive, haha. Haha." Linling laughed. Although he had a good impression of Emperor's Inch, he wouldn't shamelessly stay. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Brother D, I helped you before because I wanted to return a favor. But now I bid you farewell." Farewell. With that he turned and left. "Brother Linling, there must be a misunderstanding," Emperor's Inch anxiously said. Chapter 491. Behind the scenes you wanted to kill me, but you didn't. Instead you spared my life. Is this a great favor to me? But it seems that you don't have the strength to kill me. Just then Linling's icy cold voice sounded from afar, causing everyone's pupils to constrict and their expressions to turn ugly. Only now did they realize that the young man was very strong, and they might not be a match for him. Therefore those words from before seemed to be somewhat mocking. "Let's go. Just a bunch of clowns, don't bother with them." Old Lu looked deeply at Linling. Finally he waved his hand, and everyone moved forward again. At this moment Linling's eyes were icy cold. He was also moving in another direction, but his eyebrows were wrinkled. There had been too many tricks before. He had saved that group of people, but they hadn't been grateful. Instead they had wanted to kill him and drive him away. Drive him away? No, their true intention was to not let him near Emperor Inch. Obviously, the one who wanted Emperor Inch dead was one of those people. Just what was Emperor Inch's background that these people wanted to kill him? Wait, surname D. Suddenly Linling's footsteps stopped. This surname was very familiar. Limitless Sword Saint's name was Di Wuji, and Di Jichuan had gone to the 7 Profound Martial House. Then Di Jichuan might have the same bloodline as Di Wuji. The person who wanted to kill him was also obvious. It was absolutely Di Wuji's former senior apprentice brother. Perhaps he didn't want Emperor Inch to go to the 7 Profound Martial House and expose his ugly past. Di Wuji is my benefactor, so I must help his junior. Not to mention, Di Inch even gifted me the fire elemental jade. Whoosh! Linling didn't leave, nor did he chase after Emperor Inch. Instead he ran deep into the forest. At this moment, he had turned into an assassin in the shadows, hiding his aura as he searched for the person who had intercepted Emperor Inch. His eyes emitted a strange light. The Eye of Time appeared, allowing him to constantly pay attention to any traces around him. The black-clothed men that had left appeared in the Eye of Time, and their escape routes were also clearly visible. Found them. With the help of the Eye of Time, Linling followed the path that the black-clothed men had taken. Not long after, in a rocky mountain valley, he saw dozens of black-clothed men gathered there. We've finally found their lair. Linling hid behind a rock, a cold smile on his face. If it weren't for the Eye of Time, it would have been really difficult for him to find these black-robed men. Emperor's Inch, I absolutely cannot allow him to reach the 7 profound martial house. If he goes to the Sword Elder, then it will be difficult to kill him. According to the higher-ups, no matter why the Emperor's Inch came, as long as it's the bloodline of the former Manor Lord, it must be obliterated, not giving the enemy any chance. A cold voice drifted out from the mouth of a short black-clothed man, causing everyone to nod their heads. This black-clothed man's status seemed to be very high. Lay down the 10,000 stones array, here and there. The short man in black kept talking to the map. He seemed to be an expert in formations and was extremely powerful. Of course, he was so confident in setting up traps because he was very familiar with the whereabouts of Dijichuan and the others. Go. Then the short black-clothed man waved his hand, and all the black-clothed men disappeared from the mountain valley, leaving behind several black-clothed men to guard them. Linling was still hidden in the distance. Through the black-clothed men's conversation, he realized that this short black-clothed man's status was indeed very high. Moreover, he had participated in this mission not because of some reward, but because of his interest. Interesting. Linling faintly smiled. He no longer concealed his identity and stepped forward. Who are you? His sudden appearance, open and honest, caused all the black-clothed men's pupils to constrict. You must be the youth that disrupted our plans. Very fierce, you actually found this place. The short black-clothed man was also surprised, but he soon calmed down. At the same time he guessed Linling's identity. Your cultivation is only at the early heavenly spirit realm, but you can summon king spirit realm powerhouses. Your status should be very high. Linling faintly smiled. Since you've seen through it, then there's nothing to hide. Not only can I summon them, I can also summon countless king spirit realm cultivators. The black-clothed man frowned and continued. What do you mean by coming here? He couldn't see through this youth. This matter clearly had nothing to do with the youth, but the youth seemed to insist on interfering. Moreover, the youth was confident and calm, as if he didn't fear him at all. So what did the youth want to do? Capture you? Yes. Linling lightly exhaled, and the smile on his face deepened, carrying a trace of coldness. Good courage. I thought you had some other goal. So you're here to capture me. However, you're only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Do you think you can capture me from king spirit realm cultivators? The black-clothed man was startled and instead laughed. He was afraid that Linling would inform Dijichuan and disrupt his plans. However, he hadn't expected this youth's actions to be so unexpected. He had come to capture him. If I say I can, then I can. Linling shrugged. The spirit chi in his body surged, and the cry of a vermilion bird rang out in the mountain valley, intimidating the surroundings. Boom! At the same time, 4,000 vermilion bird flames erupted from Linling's body, turning him into the vermilion bird flame god. A pair of blood-red wings appeared behind him, and his aura instantly became terrifying. This aura, he's not an ordinary king body. Sensing the eruption of Linling's aura, all the black-clothed men's pupils constricted. As for the leader, his expression changed drastically. He's at least a third-grade king body. Genius, a rare genius. However, his foundation is too low, and he's still not my match. An expert at the early stage of the king spirit realm laughed coldly. They were surprised by Linling's natural talent, but they weren't afraid of him because the 5 black-clothed men present were all king spirit realm cultivators. This youth could block 1 king spirit realm expert, but could he block 5? Facing an unknown opponent, you'd better be careful. Vermilion bird dance. Linling stretched out his palm, and a palm-sized vermilion bird appeared. It constantly danced, emitting gorgeous flames. Go! With a light push of his right hand, as if opening a taboo flame, the vermilion bird drew a gorgeous trajectory and pounced towards one of the king spirit realm cultivators. Insignificant skill. That cultivator also erupted with a terrifying aura, and used a tyrannical king stage martial art. However, after colliding with the vermilion bird, any king stage martial art was burned. Not good, it's the true meaning of fire. The cultivator let out a terrified voice, but in the next moment, he was burned into nothingness. Those words were the last words he said in his life. The true meaning of fire was above king stage martial arts. Unless he had a high-grade king stage martial art, it would be difficult to resist. However, it was clear that he only had a first-grade king stage martial art. True meaning of fire, this genius is truly terrifying. The remaining 4 people's pupils constricted. Without saying anything else, they all pounced towards Lin Ling. King stage, demonic blood fusion saber. King stage, space-splitting spear. Chapter 492. Lin Ling at full combat strength. Pa. Lin Ling faintly smiled. With a flap of his wings, his speed was as fast as a vermilion bird's. After he used the vermilion bird's flames, his body had already transformed into an ancient vermilion bird. His body was tyrannical, and the power of his flames was surging. This was caused by the 4,000 vermilion bird's flames within his body. The vermilion bird's flames covered his entire body. He dodged it. All the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. That speed was too fast. They could only vaguely see a gorgeous fire shadow, and all of their martial arts had missed. I've caught you. Heavenly demon blood devouring saber. Let me devour your blood. Suddenly, a strange saber appeared behind Lin Ling's head and slashed down. Obviously, the opponent's strength was also extremely formidable. At the critical moment, he had captured Lin Ling's tracks. Even when I've used all my trump cards and fully activated my combat strength, you can still capture my tracks. You can be considered a powerful early-stage King Spirit Realm expert. Lin Ling softly said. This time he did not dodge. His right hand reached out and grabbed the blood-red saber. Gotcha! His hand was like a vermilion bird's claw. The saber was crushed by Lin Ling's grip, and even the saber was burned into water by the flames. What a powerful strength, what a fierce fire! The martial artist sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if he was fighting an ancient vermilion bird, and a humanoid vermilion bird. Was this a youth at full combat strength? Die! An ice-cold voice sounded. Lin Ling's body bloomed with light. The power of his flames soared into the sky. The martial artist was too close and was instantly burned to ashes. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 2 early-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists had fallen. Moreover, they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. They were proficient in all kinds of King Stage martial arts, but they still could not stop the descent of the vermilion bird. 40% true meaning of fire, and he can use it without using any martial arts. This youth is terrifying. Take the Lord and retreat. Retreat. The remaining martial artists trembled in fear. They faintly had thoughts of running away. It's too late to run now. 4,000 vermilion birds. Lin Ling spread out his arms and vermilion birds began to swim out from his body. In the next moment, 4,000 ancient vermilion birds carried the true meaning of fire with them as they flew around the mountain valley. The scene was spectacular, turning the mountain valley into a world of vermilion birds. This was Lin Ling's current full strength. Qi. Wherever the vermilion birds danced past, even the rocks were incinerated. 2 of the remaining 3 King Spirit Realm experts had died in an instant. As for the last person, he was proficient in movement techniques and had a strange king body. He disappeared into the ground. Earth escape. However, could he escape? Blade of Nirvana. Billowing soul fluctuations blossomed, transforming into a terrifying small knife. It ignored the thick soil and shot towards the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The escaping martial artist's soul collapsed. After 3 incense sticks of time, the battle was over. 5 early King Spirit Realm powerhouses had fallen. Not only that, but they were not ordinary King Spirit Realm martial artists. In the middle 3 regions, each one of them had strength equal to a master of a region. In the mountain valley, there was only the short black-clothed man left. At this moment, his pupils constricted as he looked at Lin Ling. There was a deep shock in the depths of his eyes. He had seen all sorts of geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen such a perfect genius like this youth. Perhaps in terms of strength, this youth could not compare to the top geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. But in terms of talent and potential, this youth had perfectly surpassed them. Now are you going to wait for me to capture you? Or do you want me to personally attack you? Lin Ling restrained his aura and faintly smiled at the black-clothed man. His smile caused the black-clothed man to tremble. He subconsciously said, "Do you know who I am?" An innate pressure swept over him. It seemed that this black-clothed man's status was not low at all. "I don't know. I only know that you are my captive." Unfortunately, Lin Ling was undaunted. Instead, he stretched out his right hand, and flames turned into a chain that tied up the black-clothed man. "Tell me where your subordinates are hiding. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye." A faint voice was left in the mountain valley. Then, Lin Ling and the black-clothed man both disappeared. The mountain valley was still burning with flames, and the rocks were constantly melting. It seemed that this was proof of the terrifying battle that had occurred not too long ago. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment on the other side, Emperor Inch and the others were encountering a terrifying ambush. They were surrounded in a mountain range, and at the peak of the mountain, a massive number of rolling stones came crashing down. These rolling stones were magnificent. They did not fear a single rolling stone, but there were too many of them. Even if they had a king spirit powerhouse, they still could not block so many rolling stones. Puff! One of the guards was smashed by a rolling stone, and the protective astral energy around his body slightly dispersed. But soon dozens of rolling stones came crashing down, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was crushed to death. These are heavy mystic stones. The guards could be considered knowledgeable. They immediately saw that these were not ordinary rolling stones, and they were thrown out by a catapult. An older martial artist said with a solemn expression. Some martial artists were skilled in the study of arrays and weapons. Through constant research, they could forge ordinary catapults into weapons. With spirit crystals as the foundation, they could carve rare arrays into weapons to form weapons of heaven and earth. These weapons could deal great damage to martial artists. However, these weapons were inconvenient to use in battle, so most martial artists did not use them. But now they were trapped in a corner of the mountain range, and the catapult weapons could be used to their full potential. Who attacked us? Elder Lu, you chose this path. You said that changing the route would prevent that youth from finding us, but why is there a trap here? The martial artists roared angrily. How would I know? Perhaps that youth is still following us. He's so cunning. Must he kill us? Elder Lu's cold voice sounded. He pushed all the blame onto Lin Ling. If that youth really wants to frame us, why did he help us when he tried to kill us? Now that the youth is not here, we are in danger again. Perhaps we shouldn't have driven him away. At least with him here, our combat strength can be improved. That's right. Everyone has witnessed his strength before. Although most people were cautious and did not believe Lin Ling, there were still one or two martial artists who felt that Lin Ling had no ill intentions. Of course, the most important thing was that they were in danger again, so they subconsciously thought of the youth's help. Stop arguing. How to avoid this crisis is the key. A burly guard shouted. He looked at Elder Lu, hoping that Elder Lu could find a way. After all, Elder Lu was in charge of everything now. Unfortunately, Elder Lu was silent at this moment, and even a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. How could he possibly find a way? In fact, he wished that Emperor Siuan would die in the hands of those people, because only then could he obtain the reward and complete his mission. From the beginning until the end, it was he who'd led Dion to death, and he'd constantly exposed himself in the dark. He'd originally been able to kill Dion the last time, but who knew that Lin Ling would suddenly arrive and cause the assassination to fail? So, after Lin Ling appeared, he'd done all he could to slander Lin Ling and drive Lin Ling away. Not good. Shoot the heavens. Chapter 493. Breaking the trap. Whoosh. An arrow shot down from above. One of the guards barely dodged it, but the next moment, the arrow circled in the air and shot out again. These arrows could attack people on their own. Fly up and take the initiative to attack. Many guards shouted, but as soon as they moved, arrows rained down from the sky and forced them back to the ground. They were trapped in the mountain like wild beasts, about to be shot to death at any moment. How terrifying. They're going all out to kill young Master D. Many of the guards were anxious, and Dijichuan's face was gloomy. Was he going to die here? Only old Lu was expressionless, and there was even a hint of complacency in his eyes. His plan was about to succeed. How lively! But is it appropriate to use hidden arrows in a battle between cultivators? Just at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded, and it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They looked towards the source of the voice, and their expressions instantly changed. They saw a slender figure standing silently on a peak not too far away, and a wisp of piercingly cold wind emanated from that figure. It's that young man. Yes. Everyone on Dijichuan's side narrowed their eyes, but for some reason they were looking forward to it. Perhaps the young man had saved them not long ago and turned the situation around, so they were looking forward to him saving them again. It's him again. Yes. Old Lu's expression was unsightly. In his heart, that handsome and otherworldly figure was detestable, like a malefic star. Young hero, please help us. Finally, one of the guards couldn't help but ask. You're all shameless. Brother Lin Ling saved us, but you suspected him of plotting against us, and now you're asking him for help. Yes. As soon as the guard finished speaking, Dijichuan's anger surged, and the other guards didn't dare to face the young man. Not long ago, the young man had saved them, but because of old Lu's words they suspected him. Now that a life-and-death crisis was approaching again, they were asking the young man for help again. Brother D, I said I'll return your favor. Moreover, I hate being slandered and I hate people who call me a thief. As for them, I'll just save them. Yes. On the peak, Lin Ling smiled. Dijichuan was facing a life-and-death crisis, but he didn't ask for help first. Instead, he felt that it was unfair for him. Based on this point alone, he could be a friend. Whoosh! The sword light slashed out, and a mountain peak in the distance was sliced apart. Rocks flew everywhere, and the black-robed man hiding behind the mountain peak was also killed by the sword intent. That young man keeps ruining our plans. Kill him first. Kill. The rest of the men in black were furious. All of their arrows were aimed at Lin Ling. The arrow is not bad, but it's a pity that if the person holding the bow dies, then everything will be empty talk. Looking at the large number of arrows flying towards him, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He slashed out with the large sword in his hand. After cutting off the arrows, his body disappeared into the mountain range. Then the sword flashed and the men in black hiding in the mountain range were all killed by the sword. The black-clothed men hid in the mountain and relied on catapults and arrows to ambush Dijichuan and the others on the ground. But if their hiding place was exposed, then that was all they could do. Dijichuan and the others didn't know where the black-clothed men were hiding, so they couldn't do anything. But Lin Ling knew everything from the leader of the black-clothed men. No, how did you know I was hiding here? Who are you? Cries of pain came from the mountain, and the guards' expressions changed. That young man was so powerful. He actually knew where the enemy was hiding. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, catapults fell from the cliff. These catapults were dismantled by Lin Ling. He seems to know all the enemy's arrangements. When there were no more arrows or rocks, all the guards relaxed. They stared at the sky. That faintly discernible figure made them feel incomparable admiration. That young man had saved them once again. Before long, the mountain range gradually quieted down. All the guards relaxed. It seemed that everything had come to an end. At this time, beneath the endless green mountains, a figure in blue and white robes appeared once more. He slowly walked over, and as the guards saw this handsome and otherworldly youth, all of them knelt down on one knee and thanked him from the bottom of their hearts. They were the subordinates of Elder Sword and were responsible for escorting Dijichuan. If they had failed, they would have died. Luckily, at the critical moment, this young man had saved them. I'm sorry. The words I said to you before were too excessive. You can insult me as you wish. Me too. The guards spoke out, but Lin Ling ignored them. Instead, he looked at old Lu and faintly smiled. Old Lu, your whereabouts were hidden. But these people tried to assassinate you again. Do you think I called them here? Old Lu's eyes flashed with anger. This young man had once again disrupted his plans. He wished he could grind this young man's bones to dust. Now that he heard the young man's words, he wanted to find an excuse to slander him again. But as he saw the grateful faces of the guards around him, he knew that it would be difficult to do so. This shouldn't be the case. He forcefully squeezed out a smile. You said I approached you because I wanted to kill Di Jichuan. Is that the case now? Lin Ling asked again, causing old Lu to be angered. He knew that this young man was slapping his face. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out once more. You said that I'm ruthless and shrewd, isn't that right? You said I deceived Di Jichuan. Is that right? Lin Ling's voice was louder and louder, and his aura was overbearing, causing old Lu to take a step back. His expression was somewhat unsightly. This young man was so domineering. The surrounding people fell silent. This time they didn't speak up for old Lu. After all, this young man had saved them twice. How could they have the nerve to doubt him? Old Lu clenched his teeth, unable to speak. Speak! Lin Ling coldly shouted. This old man was so treacherous. He wanted to frame Di Jichuan, but he put the blame on himself. Lin Ling wouldn't show mercy to such a person. I admit that I've wronged you. Let me apologize to you here. Old Lu's heart was filled with humiliation as he bowed. I can't hear you. Lin Ling coldly shook his head, causing old Lu's eyes to narrow. This young man was so ruthless, clearly wanting to humiliate him. Old Lu forcefully suppressed his anger and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have wronged you. After speaking, he continued, in truth, I'm thinking for young Master Di. At this critical moment, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. If you have any anger, you can vent it on me. But this has nothing to do with young Master Di. Please don't blame him. Hypocrite. Seeing that his wishful thinking had been seen through, he decided to play the pity card. Di Jichuan had a kind personality and couldn't bear to see old Lu lose face again. He helped old Lu to extricate himself. Brother Lin Ling, in any case, our losses aren't great. Let's just forget about this matter. That's right, young hero Lin. Old Lu was only thinking for young Master Di. The other guards also spoke up for old Lu, causing old Lu's eyes to flicker with pride. Although he had failed this time, he would definitely succeed the next time. He was going to act personally. Sadly, he didn't know that there wouldn't be a next time. Chapter 494. You killed Di Jichuan, I killed him. Let's forget about the previous matter. But I still have a doubt in my heart. I hope old Lu can explain it to me. Lin Ling coldly said as he looked at old Lu. His gaze caused old Lu's heart to subconsciously tremble. I heard that you brought Di Jichuan and the others along this road. Do you want to explain this? This road is close to the 7 Profound Martial House, so I brought them along. Old Lu said. Guess it's close you took this road. But you said that your whereabouts were hidden, so how did the enemy know? Explain this. Lin Ling said again. How would I know? Old Lu's frown deepened. Are you suspecting me? As he spoke, he looked at Di Jichuan, his face full of grief and indignation. Young master, I have served you for many years and have always been loyal and devoted. You should know my heart. Today, this outsider has doubted me in front of so many people. What is his motive? Is it because I slandered him before, so he wants to take revenge? His voice was filled with the sorrow of an old man, causing the guards to sympathize with him. However, Lin Ling's complexion became even colder. This old man was too shameless. He simply didn't bother to ask any more questions. How long do you want to keep up this act? Brother Lin Ling, there must be some misunderstanding. Di Jichuan was extremely embarrassed. Lin Ling asked, he has always worked for your family. What is his temperament like? He has always been kind and amiable. Many people in our Di family like him. Di Jichuan recalled. Kind? Amiable? Why is it that when I never offended him on the dragon boat, he spoke such harsh words to me? Why is it that when I saved him the first time we were attacked, he slandered me and even drove me away? Lin Ling slowly said, causing the guards to be a bit puzzled. It had to be known that when they had been with old Lu, he had given them a kind and amiable feeling. But for some unknown reason, after Lin Ling had arrived, old Lu's attitude had been very tough. He had directly driven away Lin Ling. Elder Lu opened his mouth. Clearly, he didn't realize that he had changed so much. If you can't say it, then I'll say it for you. You chased me away because you didn't want me to mess up your plan. You led them on this path because you secretly told those assassins about the whereabouts of the Emperor's Inch and had them set up a trap on this path. Lin Ling sneered. You've been hiding by Di Zichuan's side for so many years just for this moment. You've really put a lot of thought into this. You've wronged me. Old Man Lu roared. His heart trembled violently as he began to fear Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to know everything. Whether you're innocent or not, it's very simple. Just hand over the things on your body and let everyone see, Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Old Lu's eyes to flicker continuously. Although the guards in the surroundings believed Old Man Lu, there were still many suspicious points. After all, Old Man Lu was the one who led them on this path. But why would there be so many assassins around? Old Man Lu, I know this is unfair to you. At most, we'll take out the things on our bodies for everyone to see. Also, don't blame us for being suspicious. After all, we only have one life. We've escaped death twice, and this mistake won't be repeated a third time. One of the guards spoke up. At this crucial moment, believing was believing, but what needed to be proven still had to be proven. All of you are bullying an old man like me. Old Man Lu pointed at the crowd with righteous indignation. Then he looked at Lin Ling. He's just an outsider. Why should we believe his words? Because I've saved all of you twice. That's enough. Lin Ling smiled lightly, causing the wavering hearts of the guards to once again believe in Lin Ling. If Lin Ling really wanted to harm them, why would he save them twice? The previous calamity was enough for all of them to die. Hence they believed in Lin Ling. Old Man Lu's expression kept changing. Don't dare? Or do you still want to rely on me? Lin Ling smiled faintly. That calm look of his made Old Man Lu gnash his teeth. This young man was so hateful. Not only did he ruin his plan, but he also made everyone suspect him. Old Man Lu, take out the things on your body and show them to everyone. Although Emperor's Inch still believed in Old Man Lu, if Old Man Lu didn't take out the things on his body, it would be hard to convince everyone. Moreover, everyone else had taken out their runebacks. It was up to Old Man Lu now. Old Man Lu's expression kept changing. His rune bag had the insect fragrance. It was this fragrance that exposed everyone's whereabouts. If he took it out, it would be even more difficult to explain. Old Man Lu coldly stared at Lin Ling. Finally, his gaze turned cold. His current mission was to kill Emperor's Inch and satisfy the lords in exchange for a reward. Since that was the case, he might as well kill Emperor's Inch directly. Whoosh! He pretended to take off his rune bag, but while everyone's attention was on his rune bag, his body moved, and he shot towards Emperor's Inch and seized it. Young Master D, my apologies. I have always been one of their people. I hid in the D family to watch over you. If you hadn't stubbornly insisted on going to the 7 Profound Martial House, you wouldn't have died. The lords will absolutely not allow you to go to the 7 Profound Martial House, Old Man Lu coldly said as he grasped Emperor's Inch's neck. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be surprised, and then they all glared at each other. Old Man Lu was really a traitor. Young man, you are very intelligent. You were able to force me out with just a few clues. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced. You don't know that my mission is to kill young Master D. So even if you saw through me, what use is it? Ignoring everyone's anger, Old Man Lu looked at Lin Ling and smiled with satisfaction. He wanted to see Lin Ling's furious appearance. After all, this young man had failed. However, Lin Ling's face still had a smile on it. He indifferently looked at Old Man Lu, causing Old Man Lu to frown. Aren't you afraid that I will kill him? Why should I be afraid? If you want to kill him, then kill him. If I'm not wrong, you killed Emperor Zichuan for a reward. But if you don't have your life, you have no place to spend your money. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His calm appearance caused Old Man Lu's complexion to change. But soon he laughed and said, "You are smarter than them. You can still remain calm in such a situation. It seems that you have seen many big scenes. But you missed a point. If I kidnapped young Master D and then killed him, then when you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have been able to find me." Despicable. All of the guards angrily shouted. But Emperor Zichuan's face was also pale. He did not fear his own death, but he did not think that the enemy would be hiding by his side. He had always thought of the enemy as his own family. Pa pa pa. At this moment, Lin Ling gently clapped his hands. His fearless appearance caused Old Man Lu to feel uneasy. This young man was too mysterious. It was as if he had everything under control from the beginning to the end. Suddenly he regretted it. If he had known that this young man was so difficult to deal with, he would have tried to curry favor with him from the beginning. He would have thought of a way to make him stay away from young Master D instead of using force and slander to force him to leave. After all, the more this young man forced him, the more ruthless he became. You are too inexperienced, Lin Ling said indifferently. Then he walked into the forest behind him. When he reappeared, there was one more person in front of him. A sword was hanging on that person's neck. This person was the leader of the black-clothed men. Kill Emperor Jichuan, I will kill him. Chapter 495. Get over here and die. Lu Fei, release Emperor's inch. The leader of the black-robed men was very calm, and his cold voice carried an unquestionable majesty. You're that lord. Old Lu's expression changed as he recalled the terrifying experts hiding behind the scenes. Those experts could turn him into ashes with a single move, or even make him wish he was dead. That was the most terrifying thing. Release Emperor's inch. The leader of the black-robed men didn't say anything and shouted again. Since Old Lu dared to kill Emperor's inch, then Lin Ling would kill the leader of the black-robed men, exchanging a life for a life. If the leader of the black-robed men had an ordinary identity, Old Lu wouldn't have cared. However, it was clear that the leader's identity wasn't small, and Old Lu was extremely wary. You're ruthless. Old Lu coldly looked at Lin Ling. He didn't expect this youth to be so ruthless. No wonder he wasn't afraid of killing Emperor's inch. It turned out that he had been playing with him in the palm of his hand. Then, he unwillingly released Emperor's inch, and Emperor's inch ran towards Lin Ling. I've already released him. You should also release the Lord. Old Lu immediately looked at Lin Ling, but he heard Lin Ling's smiling voice. Did I say one person for the other? Don't go too far. Old Lu was so angry that his face turned red. I'm going too far? Do you have the qualifications to say that? Your young master treats you like family, but you always want to kill him. You even slandered me for no reason, and dared to scold my family. I forgot to tell you, those who scolded my family are all dead. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but it was very cold. He waved his left hand at Old Lu. Get over here. Get over here? That youth actually wants me to get over here? Old Lu's eyes narrowed, and he panicked. What do you want to do? Of course I want to kill you. I want you to get over here so I can kill you. Lin Ling's voice was filled with killing intent. He wouldn't show mercy to someone like Old Lu. No, I definitely won't go over. Old Lu kept shaking his head. He was already thinking of running away, but when he saw the black-clothed man in Lin Ling's hands, his complexion immediately turned ugly. That young man had his lifeline in his hand, sending him to his doorstep to die. This kind of death wasn't the young man chasing after him, but he had to obediently stretch his head out and let the young man kill him. Was this the result of insulting the young man's family and slandering him? Elder Lu, if you don't want to live a life worse than death, you'd better come over, said the black-robed man coolly. Old Lu's face flickered as he thought about how terrifying those powerful figures were. In the end, he walked over to Lin Ling, his face pale. Kneel, Lin Ling coldly said, making Old Lu kneel down with a plop. No one can humiliate my family. If you hadn't done anything wrong, perhaps I would have spared your life. Unfortunately, you have done something wrong. Flames appeared on Lin Ling's left hand, surging with scorching heat. I didn't expect that the plan that my lord and I had prepared would be broken by you alone. You are very powerful. Before you die, can you tell me your name? Old Lu's face was ashen. He seemed to know that his time was up, but before he died, he wanted to know the young man's name. Lin Ling. Boom! The world-cleansing demonic flame gushed out, burning Old Lu into ashes. Di Jichuan sighed softly, but for some reason he didn't sympathize with Old Lu. After all, without Lin Ling's help, he would have died 3 times. He couldn't help but sigh. Just because of a piece of fire elemental jade, Lin Ling had saved him 3 times. Lin Ling was indeed a man of his word. He had repaid all the favors he owed. I've already done as you asked. Let me go. Let me go. The black-robed man had maintained his composure from beginning to end. Of course. Let me go. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't kill the black-robed man. After all, he didn't have any conflicts with the black-robed man. Your name is Lin Ling. I'll remember it. The black-robed man looked at Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to be slightly stunned. His eyes were cold, but there was no killing intent. Instead, there was a kind of anticipation, as if he was looking forward to meeting his match. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that his eyes were very beautiful and had very long eyelashes. After the black-robed man disappeared into the forest, Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Di Jichuan. Di Jichuan also looked at Lin Ling and said guiltily, I'm sorry, big brother Lin Ling. I almost implicated you. I didn't expect old Lu to be the one who betrayed me. His face was a bit gloomy. It was obvious that he still couldn't accept the truth. Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, in this world, the weak are prey to the strong. In order to become stronger, many people will abandon everything, conscience, principles, and so on. Some people become strong to rule the world, some to protect the peaceful place in their hearts, and some to bully others and enjoy the feeling of being above others. It's the same for all kinds of people. Di Jichuan's heart trembled. Lin Ling was at most 2 years older than him, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to know so much. Obviously, Lin Ling's experience was much more than his. Brother Lin Ling, you must be the first type of person. Di Jichuan smiled. Lin Ling shook his head. I become strong to rule the world, but I also belong to the second type of person. I want to protect the peaceful place in my heart. At this point, Lin Ling looked up at the sky. It was blue, and he could faintly see the faces of his family. Grandfather Yu Xiaolan Mengyun and Yuer. These were also the reasons why he had become strong. I don't know how they are now. After I go to the 7 profound martial house, I will go back and see them. Lin Ling's heart was filled with nostalgia. He smiled, but his eyes were filled with determination. Sometimes, in order to protect the world in your heart, you must kill to stop killing. You must be free and unrestrained and do not feel guilty. Because some people are not worthy of you feeling guilty. You should cherish those who are important to you. Di Jichuan was startled. He knew that Lin Ling was comforting him. He didn't need to feel guilty or uneasy about old man Lu's death. Those who were important to him, he would raise his sword to protect them. Those who tried to destroy the peaceful place in his heart, he would cut them down with his sword. This was free and unrestrained, this was life. I understand. Di Jichuan nodded. He knew that Lin Ling must have encountered many injustices in the past. But Lin Ling had survived and even grown up. Compared to a greenhouse flower like him, Lin Ling was much more mature and decisive. Let's go. I'm also going to the 7 profound martial house. We can go together. Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled. Thank you, big brother Lin Ling. Di Jichuan nodded. As the group moved forward, Lin Ling asked a question that he wanted to know. Di Jichuan, who is Di Wuji to you? Chapter 496. The 100 Territories Geniuses gathered. Lin Ling nodded. It was no wonder that Di Jichuan had been assassinated. It was obvious that the person who had framed Di Wuji in the past did not want someone with the Di surname to enter the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling also wanted to help Di Wuji. After all, he owed the limitless sword saint a favor. But Lin Ling still needed some time to reach that height. Time slowly passed. The sun was setting in the west, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated the earth. In the distance, a vast mountain range appeared in sight. Layer upon layer, it was ancient and mysterious. Above the pure white clouds in the sky above the mountain range, there were 4 words that would never dissipate. 7 profound martial house. I've arrived. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a smile. He had finally arrived at the martial arts hall of geniuses. Di Jichuan's mind shook. He bid farewell to Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling followed the jade token and walked towards the registration area. At this moment, in front of the 7 profound martial house's northern gate, there was a surging tide of people. Their imposing aura soared into the sky, causing the air to turn illusory. Most of these people were youths, and each one of them was powerful. They were all geniuses from the 100 territories. I came from the dragon boat in the east. On that boat, I am the #1 genius. Are you proud? I'm not on your boat, otherwise you wouldn't be so proud. Long Xiaochen and the others are also here. They are the 3rd-ranked genius of the 100 territories. They are even fiercer than Tang Yu. Voices of discussion rose and fell, but most of the focus fell on the top 3 geniuses. The 1st-ranked genius was currently a mystery. No one knew who it was. The 2nd-ranked genius was Zhao Qingtian, who had the title of Little Overlord. This youth was at the late heavenly spirit realm, and it was said that his king body was the 3rd-grade brilliant gold tyrant body. What sort of concept was the 3rd grade? With his king physique, he could crush any genius in the same realm as him. No matter how powerful that genius was, they would still lose to him. This was also why he was the one with the lowest cultivation but the strongest strength among all the geniuses. With the Overlord saber in hand, he could easily kill an early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. He had once fought with the 3rd-ranked genius for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he had defeated him with a single strike. Why did he need 3 days and 3 nights to defeat him? That was because his opponent was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, while Zhao Qingtian was only at the late stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. From this, it could be seen that he was a true genius or even a monster. He's so cold. He's standing there motionlessly with a saber in his hand. His aura is terrifying. Many people secretly looked at a corner where there was a maple tree. Leaning against the maple tree was a tall and sturdy young man wearing a brown robe with his eyes closed. That young man was the little tyrant Zhao Qing'an. Are you done admiring me? Slightly opening his eyes, Zhao Qingtian revealed a disdainful smile. His confident aura blossomed along with his smile, causing many people to feel a little dazed. Plop! Even a few of the weaker geniuses fell to the ground in fright. Zhao Qingtian's aura was too shocking. It felt like a sleeping monster awakening. Haha! Zhao Qingtian laughed loudly as if he found it very amusing. His overlord aura has always been terrifying. If you want to admire him, it's better to admire him from afar. At this moment an indifferent voice sounded. A young man with a long spear on his back walked over. He was vigorous and full of energy. The long spear on his back was extremely majestic. There was a dragon coiling around it, emitting the aura of a dragon. Rank 3rd, Young Master Divine Dragon Long Xiaochen. He was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. His divine dragon spear swept the world. He had once defeated a powerful mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. Among his peers in the 100 territories, he was famous. These two should be the most dazzling stars of this year. Tang Yu, Zuemo, and the others are still lacking. Many geniuses exclaimed in admiration. Subsequently, more and more geniuses arrived, causing the square to become even more lively. What a powerful aura! The weakest is at the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. The early stage of the King Spirit Realm can be seen everywhere. The cloud region is indeed the tip of the iceberg. The rainforest's sacred land is the place where geniuses gather. At this moment, Lin Ling also arrived at the square. He quietly spread out his soul power. After scanning the geniuses in the square, he immediately admired them. Many of the geniuses here were very strong. They were young and talented. If he didn't use his trump card, he didn't have the confidence to win. A frog at the bottom of a well. This is the first time you've seen a genius at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. No wonder you're making a fuss. Behind him, a few young men in gorgeous robes walked over. One of them disdainfully said to Lin Ling, "Scram, don't block the way." These people seem to have a high status, so after coming to the gathering place of geniuses, they looked down on everyone. They could even trample on the geniuses of the various regions to prove their superiority. They were extremely satisfied. The surrounding geniuses were silent. They knew that these young men were from the upper 3 regions. Then they looked at the young man who was being reprimanded and shook their heads. In the world of geniuses, the weak had no dignity. Are you talking to me? However, when they thought that the young man in blue and white robes would humbly move aside, a calm voice came from the young man's mouth. That young man actually didn't lower his head and move aside? The surrounding geniuses were shocked. What courage! Huh! The young men in front frowned. One of the handsome young men said indifferently, I'm talking to you. I'm telling you to scram and move aside. But you don't seem to be convinced. You've broken the rules. I don't know what rules are. I only know that I'm shocked by the strength of the geniuses here. But you seem to be lecturing me and telling me to scram. I just want to ask you, is this your home? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the young men. These young men seemed to be pampered and were used to teaching others a lesson. As expected, no matter where it was, there would always be martial artists who used their status and strength to bully others. They just wanted to enjoy the feeling of being superior. This isn't my home, but we're from the upper 3 regions. Also, do you know Zuemo? He's from the same family as me. The handsome young man said indifferently, his eyes full of arrogance. Zuemo was ranked 5th among the geniuses of the 100 regions this year. In other words, among the tens of thousands of geniuses here, only 4 people were above Zuemo. It was enough to prove his pride. No wonder he's from the Zua family. When the crowd heard that voice, they all inhaled sharply. So that handsome young man had a backer. Slap his face. The handsome young man was very satisfied with the respect of the geniuses around him. He waved his hand and said. Behind him, a young man instantly walked forward with a smile. As he walked, he shook his head. Move your face closer. Slapping your face is a small punishment for you. If this wasn't the sacred land of the rainforest, you would be crippled if not dead for daring to scold Brother Zwetian. He came in front of Lin Ling, smiled coldly, and was about to slap him. Slap. However, Lin Ling's hand was faster than him. His left hand waved, and a crisp slap sounded, landing on the young man's face. The young man's eyes narrowed, and the surrounding people were also shocked. That young man in blue and white actually dared to hit someone from the Zuemo family? Just because you're from the upper 3 regions, you think you're better than others? Just because there's a genius Zuemo, you think you can be so tyrannical? As for who Zuemo is, I have no interest in knowing. I only know that in the 100 regions, strength is not everything. The 7 profound martial house is the true beginning. If there's nothing important, don't provoke me. Chapter 497. The 7 profound martial house recruiting. You dare to hit my people? Zwetian's face was gloomy. In front of so many geniuses, this youth had not given him the slightest bit of face. This was an insult to his dignity. If he were to enter the rainforest holy land, how would he be able to raise his head? You really want to die? Zwetian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Are you done with your bullshit? Lin Ling's voice was even colder. He arrived in front of Zwetian, and his palm did not stop. Another slap flew out, and Zwetian crashed into the ground. So ruthless. The surrounding youths sucked in a breath of cold air. Who was this blue and white-robed youth? He was so arrogant. Zuemo's strength is Zuemo's, and you use Zuemo's reputation to feel superior everywhere. Don't you think you're losing face? Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Zwetian crawled up from the ground, his face ugly, his anger surging. At this moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. Not too far away, a familiar figure appeared. It was his cousin Zuemo. Brother Zuemo, he hit me. Zwetian angrily shouted. The crowd's pupils constricted, and they subconsciously looked over. They saw that on the other side of the crowd, there was a short but handsome youth coldly glaring at them. That was Zuemo. That blue and white-robed youth was dead. Let me tell you, my cousin Zuemo has already passed the assessment, and his results are excellent. He will become a disciple of one of the 36 scholars. So even if he kills you here, the 7 profound martial house will not speak for you, because you cannot compare to my brother Zuemo. Zwetian proudly smiled. Is that so? Lin Ling coldly nodded and stepped forward. He arrived in front of Zwetian Yen, looking down at him. What do you want? The youth in front of him was not old, but for some unknown reason, Zwetian's heart trembled. In front of your brother Zuemo, I'll hit you. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap sounded out again, causing the crowd to stiffen. This youth really dared to hit him, and he did it in front of Zuemo. Subconsciously, Many people looked at Zuemo in the distance. They wanted to see how the genius Zuemo would teach that blue and white-robed youth a lesson. It's him. Yet Zuemo's brow furrowed and he became completely silent. Originally, he had wanted to teach them a lesson. He wanted to see who was so arrogant in the holy land of the rainforest to dare to teach the people of the Zua family a lesson. However, he was far too familiar with that blue and white-robed figure. It was the #1 genius of their dragon boat, the one who had beheaded the dragon head with a single sword strike, Lin Ling. How could he be a match for such a genius? It's your own fault. Solve it yourself. Zuemo said coldly to Zuetian. Then he looked coldly at Lin Ling. Being strong now doesn't mean you will be strong in the future. The rainforest holy land is just the beginning. Soon I will make you lose all face. Lin Ling had beaten up a member of the Zua family in front of so many people. It was hard for him to swallow the anger in his heart, but he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he could only say this helplessly. It was a pity that after he finished speaking, the crisp sound of a slap sounded again, causing Zuemo's heart to shake. Now, that blue and white-robed youth had hit his cousin in front of him. Not only that, but this was the 3rd time. As his cousin, don't you think you should teach him how to be a man? Lin Ling's lips moved, and his soft voice floated out, causing everyone's eyes to widen. This slap was even more powerful than the previous one. After Zuemo had arrived, this slap had been delivered in front of his face, as if it were a provocation. Big brother Zuemo. You are the 5th-ranked genius of the 100 territories. On the ground, Zuetian was also shocked. Shut up. Zuemo felt as if he had lost all face. He wished he could leave this place immediately. He coldly said, "See you at the 7 Profound Martial House." Then he turned and left. You aren't the overbearing and arrogant type. You aren't as condescending as your cousin. Otherwise, today I would have also hit you. However, just as he took a few steps, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. Zuemo paused, his face turning red and blue. In front of so many geniuses, Lin Ling had actually said that he would also hit him. This was a thick humiliation. How is this possible? Zuetian sat on the ground, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Your big brother Zuemo is indeed very strong. But that doesn't mean that no one can surpass him. It's just that some people don't like to use their fame to bully others. Lin Ling shook his head as he spoke, then left as well. The surrounding crowd looked at Lin Ling with surprise. They suddenly had a guess in their hearts. This youth might be a hidden genius, and his strength was above Zuemo's. He was ranked 4th among the 100 territories geniuses. It was just that he was low-key, so not many people knew about him. Thinking this, many people looked at the handsome youth on the ground, and couldn't help but laugh. That handsome youth thought that he came from the Zua family, and that he had Zuemo's support, so he acted as a tyrant. He didn't know that today he had kicked an iron plate. His swollen face was extremely ridiculous. Ignoring the previous episode, Lin Ling went to the crowd, and quietly waited for the 7 Profound Martial House's disciple recruitment. In the memories of the limitless sword saint, the 7 Profound Martial House was mysterious and vast. It had a massive amount of ancient martial arts and cultivation grounds. It was currently the most suitable place for Lin Ling to cultivate. After all, compared to those geniuses with rich family backgrounds, Lin Ling could be considered a loner. Therefore, he valued the 7 Profound Martial House's cultivation resources very much. This year's disciple recruitment is still the same. At this moment, a loud voice sounded out, causing the entire square of tens of thousands of geniuses to quiet down. They all looked up and saw that not far from the square, on a mountain peak, a middle-aged man wearing the 7 Profound Martial House's robes was quietly sitting on a chair. He was like a powerhouse looking forward to the future. This year I, Su Fan, will be presiding over the disciple recruitment. The voice sounded out again, causing the blood of many youths to boil. The 7 Profound Martial House had 36 apprentices, and each one was formidable. If one could obtain the attention of an apprentice, then they would be heavily trained, and become a proud son of heaven. Unfortunately, the 36 apprentices were like masters in the sky, and rarely took the initiative to recruit disciples. Only the top 10 geniuses of the 100 territories each year would be actively recruited by the apprentices. Apprentice? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In the past, Lin Xuanwu had lost to him, and it was very likely that he had an apprentice guiding him. An apprentice was equal to a master. Before, you all came from all over the 100 territories, took the dragon boat, and also passed the assessment. But if you want to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, many of you are still lacking. The names in the sky will become candidate disciples first. On the mountain peak, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and a large number of names appeared in the sky. They were candidate disciples. Candidate disciples were not official disciples. They had to work for the 7 profound martial house, such as gathering herbs, sweeping the floor, cooking, and so on. Only after passing the assessment could they become official disciples. Of course, the assessment was absolutely difficult. It was very cruel but also very realistic. Many genius disciples gently sighed. Their names appeared in the sky. Obviously, they were candidate disciples, but they did not give up. Only in the 7 profound martial house could they be reborn and amaze the world in the future. Next is the official disciple. You can enter the star level. At this moment, Su Fan spoke again, and many more names appeared in the sky. Official disciples did not have a master to guide them. Everything depended on themselves, but they did not need to do anything. Moreover, their status in the 7 profound martial house was higher than that of candidate disciples, and they had a certain level of authority. I'm sorry, there was an impromptu meeting today. I just got off work and did not inform everyone. I'm very sorry. Chapter 498. Su Fan Lin Ling stared at the sky and found that his name was not there. This meant that he was not a candidate disciple, nor was he an official disciple. Of course, this was normal. Not long ago, the red-haired man had told him that his results were very good, and he would certainly be valued by the 7 profound martial house. The next proud son of heaven will be my Su Fan's disciple. Su Fan quietly sat on the mountain peak, speaking again. As one of the 36 apprentice masters, he also had a massive number of disciples. I'm so envious. Many of the talented youths thought to themselves, if they could become apprentice master Su Fan's disciple, they would be able to avoid detours. For instance, if they entered the 7 profound martial house, it wouldn't be long before those geniuses who became apprentice master Su Fan's disciples would surpass them. This year's first-ranked genius of the 100 territories will become my direct disciple. Ranked second is Zhao Qingtian. Ranked third is Long Xiaochen. Ranked fourth is Lin Ling from the cloud domain. Wait a minute. This Lin Ling can only be a candidate disciple. Su Fan was constantly reading a book in his hand. It recorded the top 20 outstanding talents, but when he read about Lin Ling, he frowned and then announced it. The 4th-ranked genius in terms of strength and talent was actually a candidate disciple, not even an official disciple. Wasn't this the same as sending Lin Ling to the 7 profound martial house to do odd jobs? If this was an ordinary genius, then it would be fine, but this was someone who was ranked 4th. Everyone's pupils shrank, and then they all laughed. That youth called Lin Ling was so pitiful. It seemed that he had offended apprentice master Su Fan. Ranked 5th is Teng Yu. Ranked 6th is Zuemo, Su Fan continued to announce, but it seemed that he had already eliminated Lin Ling. Why is it like this? In the crowd, Lin Ling frowned. He was also surprised by this result. He had gone through the assessment on the dragon boat, but in the end he was only a candidate disciple. This was too unfair. Moreover, he hadn't offended anyone when he first came to the 7 profound martial house, so why was apprentice master Su Fan targeting him? Anger rose in his heart. Suddenly his eyes flickered. A guess rose in his heart. Could it be that the powerful master Su Fan was Lin Xuanwu's master? Wait, Lin Ling was the most talented and powerful person on my ship. Why did he become a candidate disciple in the end? At this moment a loud shout rang out. The person who came seemed to be indignant on behalf of Lin Ling, so he stood up for Lin Ling. After all, the 7 profound martial house was a place where geniuses were cultivated. It was a sacred and dignified place. How could the rules be changed in front of countless people? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and discovered that it was a middle-aged man with long red hair. He was the red-haired middle-aged man from Lin Ling's ship. On the mountain peak, Su Fan was still sitting in his chair, his expression calm. He picked up a cup of tea from a nearby table and took a sip before slowly speaking. I am the host of this disciple recruitment. If I say yes, then that is it. Zhang Hongfa, your responsibility is to assess these talented youths. You do not have the qualifications to decide where these youths will go. Not to mention, the cloud domain is just a tiny place in the lower 3 realms. How could there be a 4th-ranked genius here? You shouldn't have been bribed by someone. Su Fanyu. The red-haired middle-aged man's face was ugly. Although his status in the 7 profound martial house was not low, it was obviously below the 36 apprentice masters. This Linling's heart of martial arts is not firm, and his killing intent is too heavy. In fact, he is not suitable to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. If he wants to become my disciple, then that is just a dream. I do not want this kind of youth who constantly kills others in order to become stronger. But in the end, he came from thousands of miles away, so I will not be too excessive. I will still give him a chance to become a candidate disciple. Su Fan opened his mouth again. His eyes fell from the mountain peak to the youth in the square. The corners of his mouth curved up in a cold smile. Linling had killed his apprentice Lin Xuanwu, and had also killed his nephew Qingchuan Ming. If it weren't for the fact that the square was the center of attention, and that he was the apprentice master of the 7 profound martial house this year, he would have already taken his revenge and turned Linling into ashes. However, if Linling wanted to enter the 7 profound martial house, he would not refuse. Instead, he would become a candidate disciple of Linling, and become everyone's slave, slowly toying with him until he died. Su Fan, I don't know what grudges you have with Linling that a great character like you would humiliate him like this. But don't you think that you are abusing your power for personal gain? You have gone too far. The red-haired middle-aged man roared again. He didn't know what had happened between Su Fan and Linling, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that Su Fan had a problem with Linling, and wanted to toy with Linling, this ant, to death. After all, according to the rules of the 7 profound martial house, the top 20 talents of the 100 territories would all be accepted as disciples by the apprentice master. Even if Su Fan didn't want to accept Linling as a disciple, Linling still had the qualifications to become an official disciple, and not a candidate disciple. A candidate disciple, from a certain point of view, was a servant, without any dignity. I'm abusing my power for personal gain? Haha, do I need to do this to an ant? Go and ask the people around you. Did this boy Linling rob others of their treasures? Or did he kill them? Then ask Linling, did he kill anyone? If he kills too much, sooner or later he will turn into a demon. I gave him a way out and recruited him into the 7 profound martial house. That is a gift to him. On the mountain peak, Su Fan lightly said. What Apprentice Master Su said is right. Linling has no principles. In order to become strong, he killed his own family. That's right, I was just blocking his way, and he almost killed me. Luckily, this is the 7 profound martial house. He doesn't dare to mess around. This kind of person is ugly. The voices of many youths came from all around the square. These youths all wanted to become Su Fan's disciples, so they naturally understood. You've gone too far. The red-haired middle-aged man's face was gloomy. From his impression of Linling, this boy was relatively low-key. From the moment he boarded his ship, he didn't provoke anyone. It was always others who provoked him, and he didn't go around bullying other youths just because he was the strongest. But now, all of this had been reversed by Su Fan. Some of the talented youths who didn't understand the whole story began to despise Linling. Thank you, Senior Red-Haired. At this moment, a soft voice rang out, causing the square to fall silent. Countless eyes looked over, only to see a young man in a blue and white robe walking out step by step. His face was indifferent, but the anger in his eyes was like flames blooming. He came out. The many talented youths were slightly surprised, but they could understand. After all, Linling was ranked 4th among the 100 territories geniuses, but he had been reduced to a candidate disciple. Anyone would be unwilling to accept this. However, in the face of the powerful apprentice Master Su Fan, what could he change? This boy is the murderer who killed my nephew? Chapter 499. Young Master Divine Dragon. Everyone's eyes stared at Linling. Many of them had gloating expressions on their faces. It had to be known that their purpose in coming to the seven profound martial house was to surpass all the other geniuses and soar above the clouds. Therefore, they subconsciously did not like others to surpass them. They liked to see others in a worse state than themselves. Lin Ling ignored the gazes all around him. He faintly looked at Su Fan. At this moment, he was almost certain that Su Fan was targeting him in order to avenge his nephew and disciple. It was just that Clear Spring Ming and Lin Xuanwu. One had tyrannically wanted to destroy Extreme Ice Temple, and the other had wanted to kill him after losing to Nine Shade Mountain. These two people had played with him like an ant, and in the end they had met their end. And now their elder Su Fan, in order to take revenge, had also played with him like an ant. Did he think that because he came from the cloud domain, he would have to lower his head and give up his dignity to be humiliated to death? Moreover, he had only met that red-haired senior once, but he had also fought for a spot for him. How could he not do anything about it? Lin Ling's eyes rippled with anger. He looked at Su Fan and coldly said, "I want to ask Apprentice Su Fan. The Seven Profound Martial House does not accept disciples based on talent or strength, but on personal preference? How dare you? You think you have the qualifications to speak to an apprentice like that?" His words had just fallen, but they were soon met with a large number of disdainful voices. Lin Ling was only a late Heavenly Spirit Realm martial artist, but Apprentice Su Fan was a top powerhouse. He could turn Lin Ling into ashes with a single finger. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to ask Apprentice Su Fan? "Apprentice Su Fan, you really raise a lot of dogs. You said that I bribed that red-haired middle-aged man, but it seems that there are many people who are flattering you. Did they also curry favor with you so they easily became your disciples?" Facing all sorts of taunts, Lin Ling was indifferent. He spoke again. Those geniuses who were disdainful of Lin Ling narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling's mouth was truly poisonous. He had even pushed them into the limelight. Su Fanchua frowned. He thought that Lin Ling would flatter him and beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling would question him and not fear him in the slightest? However, he was not angry. He was a dignified and ancient apprentice of the Seven Profound Martial House. How could he be angry at an ant? "Master, have some tea." At his side, it was unknown when, but a youth wearing the robes of the Seven Profound Martial House had arrived. He respectfully poured a cup of tea for Su Fan, and then quietly stood to the side. "You don't dare to speak? If you say that I don't have the qualifications, then I don't have the qualifications. It seems that all of this is up to you to decide. Since it's like this, then you might as well directly say that the Seven Profound Martial House is yours alone. You can recruit whoever you want as a disciple. Why do you need to hold a recruitment ceremony and deliberately mystify things?" Lin Ling said again. Su Fan picked up the teacup and gently sipped from it. He didn't seem to hear Lin Ling's words. From beginning to end, his eyes were closed, and he still didn't bother to speak. Seeing his master's indifferent appearance, the youth at his side naturally understood. He took a step forward and said, You are nothing but a clown from the cloud domain. What qualifications do you have to question our master? And what qualifications do you have to doubt others? Others are at least top geniuses of the 100 territories. But you only managed to bribe Redhead, that's why you are ranked so high. You have spoken so much and deceived everyone. What intentions do you have? The youth's voice was like a brilliant heavenly might, bringing with it an irresistible pressure that caused the entire square to fall silent. Those who knew this youth were secretly surprised. This was Su Fan's disciple, Extreme Moon Zhan. This person was a true disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. His robes were embroidered with the moon on the chest. This also represented his superior status in the Seven Profound Martial House. The Seven Profound Martial House was as vast as the sea. It was strictly divided into ranks. Star Guard disciples, Moon Guard disciples, Sun Guard disciples, official disciples, and candidate disciples that had no dignity at all. The massive ranks of the disciples allowed the Seven Profound Martial House to stand for thousands of years without falling. So, the disciples that Master Su Fan recruits are very fierce, and I come from the tiny cloud domain. The reason why I can become a genius of the 100 territories is because I bribed others? Lin Ling lightly said. Yes. The youth Extreme Moon Zhan nodded. Although he didn't know why his master was deliberately making things difficult for this youth had come from the cloud domain, and his strength was only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Therefore, he didn't believe that this youth could be ranked fourth. Yes, he's only at the late heavenly spirit realm. Among this year's batch of geniuses, his strength is the lowest. Is he really ranked fourth? There must be something fishy about this. The crowd was talking. Besides the youth on Lin Ling's ship, no one believed in Lin Ling. This trash called Lin something, who do you think you are? Master Su Fan said that you are a candidate disciple, so you should obediently admit it. You actually dare to question Master Su Fan again and again. You simply don't know what you're doing. At this moment in the square, a youth in white lightly said. He didn't even care what Lin Ling's name was and directly called him trash. Of course, he had never heard of Lin Ling, and didn't know where he had come from. For such a youth to be ranked below him, this was simply the biggest joke in the world. It's young Master Divine Dragon. Everyone's complexion slightly changed. The third-ranked genius of the 100 territories was young Master Divine Dragon, Long Xiaochen. He had already become Su Fan's disciple. When he saw Lin Ling questioning Master Su Fan, he stood up and spoke up. Moreover, he seemed to be very unhappy that Lin Ling was ranked fourth. Of course, this was also normal. Young Master Divine Dragon came from the Upper Three Regions' 18th domain, Dragon God Bay. He was a nameless nobody, and had only managed to win second place in a great competition of the 18 domains. Since then, his name had shaken the 100 territories. But now Lin Ling had almost overtaken him. Moreover, he hadn't participated in the Upper Three Regions' sacred competition of the 18 domains. How could young Master Divine Dragon accept him? There were even many people in the square who refused to accept Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling become the fourth-ranked genius of the 100 territories? There must be something fishy about this. Master Su Fan really has a lot of dogs. I only asked a question and they immediately started barking like wild dogs. Do the 36 apprentices of the 7 Profound Martial House specifically recruit dogs as disciples? Facing young Master Divine Dragon's arrogant words, Lin Ling didn't give him any face, and instead mocked him with cold words. His words caused the faces of all the youths in the square to change. This Lin Ling really didn't lower his head. Even if he was the enemy of the entire world, he still wouldn't retreat. Dog? You say I'm a dog? Long Xiaochen's complexion turned icy cold. He suddenly looked at Su Fan and said, Master, this boy has no respect for his elders and mocked me in front of everyone. Please allow me to fight him. Also, didn't he question Master's vision? Then let's use this battle to prove Master's choice. Challenge. All the youth's pupils shrank. Chapter 500. Fight. Permitted. Moreover, he has no respect for his elders, so you are permitted to cripple him and make him the servant of countless geniuses for the rest of his life. On the mountain peak, Su Fan finally spoke. He was as aloof as ever. But his words were ruthless. He did not kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant to him. Killing him would not be satisfying. But he wanted to cripple Lin Ling and make Lin Ling a slave to everyone. A candidate disciple for the rest of his life. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. This Su Fan had a formidable status and strength, so he did not want to kill him, but wanted to play him to death. What? You don't dare. You have the courage to question Apprentice Master Su Fan, but you don't have the courage to accept my challenge. Humph, you actually don't believe me when I say you are trash. Long Xiaochen's right hand pulled out the Dragon God Spear from his back. His foot kicked the spear point, and the spear was pointed at Lin Ling. Come trash. Ayo. As the spear came out, its aura rippled like a dragon swimming in the sky. Young Master Divine Dragon has the innate king body, the dragon spirit body. It is said that he has the bloodline of an ancient dragon. What is most terrifying is his spear. The Divine Dragon Spear. It is said that this spear and young Master Divine Dragon have become one. It is extremely fierce, and the spear has reached the level of a medium-grade weapon. Someone whispered. Obviously, this youth was very familiar with young Master Divine Dragon, and even worshipped him. No wonder he was able to become this year's third-ranked genius. He is truly terrifying. Lin Ling's background cannot compare to his, and even his cultivation is inferior. He doesn't dare to go up. The surrounding youths whispered. They thought that Lin Ling did not dare to go up. After all, Lin Ling was inferior to them. Only the young geniuses on Lin Ling's ship knew that Lin Ling was not weak. Being ranked 4th was well deserved. But facing young Master Divine Dragon, it was still a bit difficult. I only want to ask Apprentice Master Su Fan, does the 7 Profound Martial House only recruit disciples based on what he likes? But you insist on challenging me. You don't even want to be ranked 3rd. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd roared with laughter. This Lin Ling was really daring. He seemed to think that young Master Divine Dragon would definitely lose and fall behind Lin Ling in the rankings. Sure enough, not asking for your name was the right choice. An arrogant person like you can only be trash for the rest of your life. Long Xiaochen shook his head and shook his spear, emitting a dragon's roar. Do you dare or not? Hurry up, I still have to go to the martial house to receive my disciple robe. I don't have time to play monkey games with you. Lin Ling nodded and finally took a step forward. Su Fan thought that he had bribed the red-haired middle-aged man and was not really ranked 4th, so he let him become a candidate disciple. Now, he would use his strength to tell Su Fan to tell everyone that Su Fan would accept a disciple based on his personal preference. They're fighting and it's crazy. When the crowd saw Lin Ling walk out, their blood boiled. The battle between the 3rd and 4th ranked geniuses was about to take place. Everyone was eager to see how powerful the 2 top geniuses were. You're a man at last. Long Xiaochen nodded. I'm a King Spirit Realm cultivator. And you're a Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator. I won't take advantage of you. In order to curry favor with your master, you think of ways to step on me. What's the point of that? Lin Ling didn't say anything else. Since his opponent let him make the first move, then he would make the first move. Chi-chi. Scorching green flames bloomed, enveloping Lin Ling's entire body in flames. At the same time, a purple Heavenly Spirit Origin core rippled out. Many people looked over and were secretly shocked. Although this Lin Ling was a Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivator, his foundation was very solid. After all, that was a top Heavenly Spirit Origin core. No wonder he's so arrogant. Long Xiaochen's eyes flashed, but he still shook his head. Heavenly Spirit Origin core was a characteristic of Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivators. However, ordinary Heavenly Spirit Realm cultivators only had ordinary Heavenly Spirit Origin cores. True geniuses, on the other hand, had solid foundations and had purple Heavenly Spirit Origin cores. This was not rare. Whoosh! Ignoring Long Xiaochen's voice, Lin Ling took a step forward and threw himself at Long Xiaochen. Obviously, this year's 3rd-ranked genius, he wanted to see just how strong he was, and how much stronger he was compared to Tang Yu and Zhuo Mo. What a slow speed! Long Xiaochen smiled contemptuously. He even lazily waved the Dragon God spear in his hand. Lunar Shadow Flower Cut. At this moment, a dazzling palm shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a flying flower, a moon, and a gale swept towards Long Xiaochen. King Step Martial Arts. Feeling this terrifying aura, the crowd's pupils shrank. They didn't think that Lin Ling would actually know a King Step martial arts. The 7 Profound Martial House's first-grade King Step Lunar Shadow Flower Cut. This boy really has some skill. No wonder he was able to kill my disciple Lin Xuanwu. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't know how his disciple had died. He only knew that he had died at the hands of this boy, Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling use the Lunar Shadow Flower Cut, his heart was filled with a trace of anger. This King Step martial arts was one of his disciples' favorite martial arts. Lin Ling came from the cloud domain and had never had the opportunity to learn it. It was obvious that he had secretly learned it from his disciple. Using his disciple's martial arts in front of him was like a silent slap to Su Fan's face. The martial arts aren't bad, but the one using it is too weak. Long Xiaochen waved the Dragon God spear in his hand. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, dazzling the eyes. Pung pung pung. All of the flying flower moon slashes were pierced by his spear. So fierce. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This was worthy of being the 3rd-ranked young Master Divine Dragon. Zuo and the other top 10 geniuses frowned. Although they were slightly lower ranked than young Master Divine Dragon, they could see the disparity. After all, if they had to face that move, they could only avoid it. They couldn't break it one by one. In your hands, a king step martial art doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take a step back. Look carefully, I didn't even take a step back. A mocking voice floated out of Long Xiaoqin's mouth. His arrogance soared to the clouds. The dragon god's spear was invincible. Very powerful indeed. Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He didn't stop rushing forward. The Ling energy in his body surged and rushed to his right hand, causing his right hand to turn red. First grade king step. Mortal fist technique. Mortal regrets. King step martial arts had a special characteristic, and that was that any king physique could use it. Of course, after using it, it would also have some characteristics of the king physique. For example, Lin Ling's mortal fist technique had some fire characteristics. Another king step martial art. Long Xiaoqin frowned. This Lin Ling's foundation was really deep, but it still couldn't move him. Hidden dragon, don't use. He pointed his spear, and the dragon spirit body bloomed with dazzling light. The spear was like a dragon, piercing straight at the mortal fist technique. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, and a terrifying shock wave swept out in all directions, causing the hearts of the youths in the square to fiercely tremble. The strength of these two geniuses was really terrifying. There was no need to talk about Long Xiaoqin. There was no doubt about his strength, but Lin Ling was also so strong. He had endless trump cards. Chapter 501. Did they see it clearly? Look over there. At this moment, a youth shouted in surprise. In the center of the square, spirit energy rippled. An azure dragon was colliding with a fist emitting a red glow. They were evenly matched. Is it a draw? Many people's eyes narrowed. Who said it's a draw? Didn't you see that I didn't move at all? I just didn't make a move. I just wanted to tell this trash that no matter how strong he is, he doesn't even have the qualifications to make me take a step back. At this moment, Long Xiaoqin's arrogant voice floated out from his mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to focus. Long Xiaoqin was looking down on Lin Ling. He didn't take the initiative to make a move, but instead easily broke it. Of course, Long Xiaoqin was a king spirit realm cultivator, and Lin Ling was only a heavenly spirit realm cultivator. If Long Xiaoqin used his full strength, even if he won, it wouldn't be glorious. Therefore, Long Xiaoqin first proved his strength before defeating Lin Ling. These king-tier martial arts are useless in your hands. Is your sword just for show? Use your sword. Long Xiaoqin raised his spear with one hand and said indifferently. King stage martial arts were based on one's cultivation level, and Lin Ling's cultivation level was too low, so the martial arts power didn't affect Long Xiaoqin much. It's really useless? Lin Ling muttered to himself. Long Xiaoqin was stronger than he imagined, but he didn't believe that Long Xiaoqin was invincible without a sword. 7 Phantom Evil King Steps. His body disappeared in an instant, and a strange aura spread out. When he reappeared, he was already behind Long Xiaoqin. 7 Phantom Evil King Steps transformed into a Shadow Evil King, killing without a trace. It was as if he rushed out from the shadows and killed with a single strike. If the Lunar Shadow Fantasy Flower Slash was a group attacking martial art, then the Secular Fist Art was a 1 versus 1 martial art. Its destructive power was very strong, and the 7 Shadow Evil King Steps was a fatal martial art. If one couldn't see through the steps of this martial art, and if they didn't defend in advance, then the damage they would receive would definitely not be light. He's disappeared. The crowd stared at Lin Ling with a serious expression. They didn't expect Lin Ling to know so many king stage martial arts. Long Xiaoqin frowned. The young man in front of him had disappeared. Where had he gone? It's the 7 Shadows Evil King Steps. Su Fan's expression changed slightly as he instantly guessed Lin Ling's martial art. After all, he was the one who personally taught Lin Xuanwu this martial art. Then, after a slight ripple in the air, Su Fan's incredulous voice sounded out. 7 Shadows Evil King Steps, Perfection Stage. As soon as these words fell, his expression turned ugly. How ironic! His disciple Lin Xuanwu, had only cultivated the 7 Shadow Evil King steps to the large success stage. However, that young man was even more proficient and had reached the great perfection stage. Was the young man saying to him, Su Fan, that as the other party's teacher, the disciple he taught was so bad? Master, that's junior brother Lin's 7 Shadow Evil King steps. This young man is too much. Tai Yuzhan's face turned ugly. Whoosh! At the same time, a pair of sharp fingers shot out from the shadows, aiming straight for the back of Long Xiaoqin's neck. This finger was fatal, unexpected, and extremely terrifying. King stage martial arts not only allowed the martial artist to unleash 120% of his strength, but also allowed him to borrow the power of heaven and earth to enhance his attack, defense, speed, and other areas. Not good. However, Long Xiaoqin's strength was indeed powerful. When the finger came from behind him, he took a step forward and floated forward like the wind, dodging the terrifying finger. What a pity! The finger missed. Lin Ling appeared and shook his head regretfully. The 7 Shadows Evil King steps and fatal finger could only be used to attack at close range. The attack could not be allowed to break through the opponent's body. If the opponent dodged the attack, then the fatal finger would also fail. However, Lin Ling was only slightly disappointed. He did not intend to use the 7 Shadows Evil King steps to defeat Long Xiaoqin. Earlier you were shouting and telling everyone that you did not even take a step back and that you were invincible with a spear. Now I see it clearly. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked at Long Xiaoqin in the distance. Long Xiaoqin's expression instantly turned ugly. He had been arrogant and confident before, thinking that Lin Ling, who was in the late stage of the Sky Spirit realm, could not hurt him at all. Therefore, he had let everyone see clearly that he had not taken a step back as he fought. Now that Lin Ling had told him to see clearly, not only had he taken a step back, he had retreated more than a dozen steps like a stray dog. Haha, interesting. The surrounding youths couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling had slapped young noble divine dragon in front of everyone. Long Xiaoqin's breathing quickened. This Lin Ling is so hateful. He's clearly just an ant, but he's made me, who's high and mighty, lose face. The battle is not over yet and you're already so proud. No wonder you're only in the late stage of the Sky Spirit realm. How can you go far with such a heart of martial Tao? Now that you've made your move, it's my turn. Long Xiaoqin took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Obviously, he didn't plan to humiliate Lin Ling anymore, and was ready to make his move. It seems like you're the one who's proud. You invited me to a battle, but you used your spear to fight. You wanted to prove your strength and nobility. Now that you've lost face, you're saying that I'm proud? Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling's mocking words made Long Xiaoqin grit his teeth. He couldn't care less about his face and stabbed out with his spear. Divine Dragon Spear Art. Flame Tree Silver Flower. His body shot towards Lin Ling, and the divine dragon spear in his hand seemed to come alive as he attacked crazily. Pop! Pop! The air was pierced and exploded. Thousands of spear shadows bloomed like a flame tree blooming with silver flowers. The ground of the plaza was pierced with thousands of holes. This martial art was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Ling frowned. He finally pulled out the tyrannical song from his back and frantically blocked the attacks. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing the crowd's expression to become serious. Previously, Long Xiaoqin was only blocking. Now he finally made his move and the result was very shocking. The spear seemed to have turned into an azure dragon that was suffocating. Every spear attack emitted a destructive aura. If one wasn't careful and didn't block it, they would definitely die. Lin Ling is going to lose. Sigh. Many people looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Do you still have the right to be proud after I made my move? You used a first-grade king level martial art before, but let me tell you now, I'm using a second-grade king level martial art. Sigh. Long Xiaoqin pressed forward, his spear aura domineering. Whoosh! Lin Ling's body floated back. Long Xiaoqin actually knew a second-grade king level martial art. This Long Xiaoqin was indeed stronger than Zuo and the others. Just as he floated back, the terrifying Divine Dragon Spear chased after him again. The Divine Dragon Spear art is said to be the ultimate art of the Dragon God Bei clan. It seems that this ultimate art is quite powerful and has reached the power of a second-grade king level. However, Long Xiaochen hasn't cultivated it for long, and has only reached the realm of great success. On the mountain peak, Su Fan drank a mouthful of tea and said indifferently, "The realm of great success is enough to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's realm is lower than Long Xiaochen's, and his martial arts are inferior to Long Xiaochen's. Unless he has a third-grade king-level martial art, or if he is also at the early stage of the king spirit realm and has the true meaning of martial arts, he will not be able to escape death." "Yes." At the side, Tai Yuzhan said respectfully, then smiled and said, "Master, are you going to kill Lin Ling?" "Yes." Chapter 502. The Secret of the Divine Dragon Spear. Master is right. Yes. Tai Yuzhan nodded and looked down with a cold glint in his eyes. Bang! 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 At this moment the battle was still going on in the square. The speed of the two figures was so fast that many of the young geniuses couldn't even see them clearly. They couldn't help but sigh. Although Lin Ling wasn't a match for young noble divine dragon, he deserved to be ranked fourth. Lin Ling was being suppressed and beaten. This made his previous complacency extremely laughable. Yes. However, some of the young geniuses ignored Lin Ling's radiance and didn't confirm Lin Ling's ranking. Instead they gloated. They all thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. "Speak, why aren't you speaking?" Yes. Long Xiaochen's cold voice was accompanied by his spear. He wanted to oppress Lin Ling in all aspects. "You stop before you go too far." Yes. At this moment a cold voice floated out. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling actually stopped blocking. Instead, he held his sword with both hands as if he was preparing for a powerful attack. Lin Ling was definitely crazy. He was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm and his martial arts were only at the first grade of the king realm. If he wanted to resist, how could he block Long Xiaochen's divine dragon spear? Perhaps if his attack failed, he would lose his life. 50,000 soaring dragons. Long Xiaochen's expression turned indifferent. Since Lin Ling wanted to fight to the death, Long Xiaochen would make him lose in shame. The divine dragon spear in Long Xiaochen's hand became even more terrifying. It was as if it had turned into a god of spears. Countless green dragons roared out. This was 50,000 spears in a breath. It was extremely powerful. Only this sword sings hegemony under the heavens. At this moment a fierce aura spread out. It was overbearing and majestic as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble fiercely. Lin Ling seemed to be hiding a trump card. Whoosh! A sword came from the horizon. It wasn't an elegant and sharp sword, but a sword that could annihilate 1,000 armies. Clang! Clang! The sword intent finally bloomed at this moment. The black greatsword was like a black dragon that collided with the countless azure dragons. Crack! However, the black dragon's sword was invincible. It was like a domineering arm that swept away all the dragon god's spears. Long Xiaochen's expression changed. A terrifying word appeared in his mind. True meaning of the sword. It was the true meaning of martial that was above king stage martial arts. What? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's face changed. He never thought that Lin Ling would actually know the true intent of the sword. Moreover, he could see that it was the tyrant sword art. Not only did this Lin Ling know a king stage martial art, but he also knew the hegemon sword art. Just who taught him this? Tyrant sword art. And that's the tyrant song sword. At the same time, at the edge of the square, a young man in a black robe narrowed his eyes as a sense of familiarity rose in his heart. If someone recognized him at this moment, they would definitely be shocked because this young man was this year's #1 genius of the 100 territories, the enigmatic Tian. However, no one noticed that at this moment, everyone's eyes were on the square. Your arrogance has come to an end. The sword in Lin Ling's hand bloomed with a domineering aura. He took a step forward and pounced towards Long Xiaochen. You were so arrogant before. Now let me see where your arrogance lies. Clang! The true meaning of sword gushed out. This time Lin Ling's sword was like a storm. You! Long Xiaochen's face changed drastically. The divine dragon spear in his hand kept blocking, but at this moment, he realized that Lin Ling's sword had become extremely terrifying. Every time he blocked, he had to use up a lot of spirit chi. The true meaning of sword was truly terrifying. Previously he was suppressing Linling, but now Linling was suppressing him. This was a huge humiliation to him. So powerful. Looking at this dramatic scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Things had changed too quickly, like a glimmer of hope. No one would have thought that the one who had the upper hand in the end would be Linling. He seems to be only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Someone shouted in surprise, causing everyone's heart to fiercely tremble. This was the most terrifying thing. If Linling was at the early stage of the king spirit realm, then it would be easy for him to suppress Long Xiaochen. However, Linling was only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. Moreover, Linling came from the cloud domain, a place as small as a village. As for Long Xiaochen, he came from the upper 3 regions. His bloodline was ancient and his martial arts foundation was extremely deep. But now the one being suppressed was Long Xiaochen. All of this was like a dream. Wait, look. At this moment, someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Linling's sword danced, sweeping everything in its path. His true meaning of sword gushed out, but Long Xiaochen's divine dragon spear shone with an azure light that became more and more dazzling. Long Xiaochen hasn't lost yet. He seems to be preparing an even more powerful martial art. The crowd was shocked. As expected of the third-ranked genius, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. At this moment, Linling's eyes flickered. He had also noticed Long Xiaochen's strange behavior. This genius seemed to have some ability. He was actually able to block the true meaning of sword. Moreover, it seemed like he was about to lose, but in reality he was preparing an even more terrifying attack. As expected, the geniuses of the 100 domains were indeed very powerful. I forgot to tell you. My spear is called the Divine Dragon Spear. It's a mid-grade weapon. In addition to its powerful attack, its defense is also very strong. Every time it blocks, it can absorb the enemy's attack. Your true meaning of sword is being absorbed by my Divine Dragon Spear, and will become my spear's true meaning. At this moment, Long Xiaochen's cold voice sounded. A weapon that can absorb other people's true meaning of sword? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. With that spear, Long Xiaochen was almost invincible. No wonder he was able to fight with the second-ranked little overlord for several days. Linling's expression also changed slightly. This was the first time he had heard of such a powerful weapon. But was it really so heaven-defying? Suddenly, his soul force quietly spread out. At the same time he was attacking, he was constantly investigating the Divine Dragon Spear. That spear was indeed very strange and unfathomable. After the true meaning of sword was slashed out, a portion of its power was actually absorbed. This was why Long Xiaochen was not defeated. Innate king physique, martial arts and weapons are all a display of a person's strength. You can't be thinking that because I have a powerful weapon it's an unfair victory, right? Long Xiaochen indifferently laughed. He seemed to have seen the hope of winning. At the beginning, he did not put Linling in his eyes. However, once the true meaning of sword was released, he knew that Linling's strength was not weak at all. Linling was indeed ranked 4th, and could even threaten his 3rd place. Fortunately, he had hidden a powerful trump card. Your weapon is indeed powerful, but it has its limits. Everything in the world has its own way of restraining it. Just like the 5 elements, there is no such thing as being invincible. At this moment, Linling's calm voice sounded, causing Long Xiaochen's heart to fiercely tremble. This Linling was not only strong, but his will to battle was also extremely terrifying. Even though he knew that Long Xiaochen had the Divine Dragon Spear, he still seemed to be fearless and extremely calm. When fighting with others, the most terrifying thing was to encounter such a calm genius. I don't know how to say it, but I can break it, Long Xiaochen said with a forced smile. Clang! Chapter 503. Caught in a trap of one's own, the Divine Dragon Spear is of the wood attribute. It looks like metal, but in reality, it should be forged from the trunk of a divine tree. Unfortunately, the forging is not perfect. Its weakness is that metal restrains wood. If it is someone with a king physique, as long as they attack continuously, your spear will not be able to withstand it. Linling said softly. Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted as he recalled what his father had said to him. Chun-er, this spear is forged from the azure dragon sandalwood. It looks like wood, but it is not afraid of fire. If you meet a genius with the same strength who has the king physique of the metal attribute, you must not use the spear. Because every time you touch the spear will be damaged. This was the secret of the divine dragon spear. All these years no one could see through it. However, the young man in front of him had only exchanged a few hundred rounds and immediately saw through it. What a terrifying insight. You are very powerful. But I'm sorry, you seem to have the king physique of the fire attribute. Long Xiaochun laughed again after he recovered from the shock. I forgot to say that this spear has a flaw. That is, if it exceeds the power it can accumulate, it will self-destruct. Lin Ling said indifferently. Long Xiaochun's face turned ugly. Lin Ling was right again, but he still gritted his teeth and said, So what if you know? Can you make this spear self-destruct? Try it and you will know. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The great sword in his hand became even more majestic. The sword intent gushed out and continuously suppressed Long Xiaochun. Long Xiaochun's divine dragon spear became brighter and brighter as it continued to absorb the sword intent. It seems like the critical moment is coming. Although the crowd did not know the secret of the divine dragon spear, they could faintly guess that the critical moment had arrived. Could Lin Ling's sword intent last until the last moment? Bang! 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 The spear and sword collided repeatedly. The terrifying frequency of the collision set the ground on fire. It was extremely powerful. You lost. At this moment Long Xiaochun shouted arrogantly. Countless people's pupils constricted. Was it going to end? As expected, 20% sword intent is still a bit weak. Lin Ling furrowed his brows. The divine dragon spear could absorb his sword intent and turn it into its own, and the only way he could break it was to make the divine dragon spear unable to bear the burden and explode from his sword intent. This was just like a martial artist cultivating. Sometimes a huge amount of spirit chi would not be beneficial but rather harmful. It would cause the martial artist's body to explode. Of course, the prerequisite for exploding was naturally a huge attack. But now he had failed. Haha, your sword intent has already transformed into my spear intent. Next, I'll let you see the radiance of my divine dragon spear. Boom! The spear in Long Xiaochun's hand seemed to come alive. Not only did it transform into an azure dragon, it also seemed to transform into an ancient towering divine tree. At the same time, a terrifying spear intent emanated out. It was at least 30% spear intent. So powerful. He absorbed Lin Ling's sword intent and turned it into his own spear intent. The crowd looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. Then they looked at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling frowning slightly. Obviously, he was helpless. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling had actually abandoned his sword. Had he given up? Whoosh! Under countless surprised gazes, Lin Ling put down the tyrannical song sword and pounced towards Long Xiaochun. At the same time, he clenched his left fist and a terrifying flame bloomed. Everyone thought that he was a swordsman, but in reality, they did not know that he was even more terrifying after abandoning his sword. Because he was a fire-attributed martial artist. This fist will break your spear. Cold. The crowd could only see a fist flying towards Long Xiaochun. Even sword intent is useless. What's the use of fists? Long Xiaochun laughed loudly. The divine dragon spear in his hand stabbed out. He did not display his spear intent, but was prepared to leave it for the final moment. Now, facing Lin Ling's casual attack, he naturally used a normal attack. Clang! The fist and the spear collided, and a deafening sound was heard. A scorching flame with the two of them as the center bloomed in all directions. It was extremely gorgeous. Then, under countless gazes, Long Xiaochun's pupils constricted. His body trembled, and the divine dragon spear in his hand made cracking sounds. The next moment, crack! The spear cracked. Crack! Crack! The spear turned into powder. Silence! The crowd was silent. The power of the divine dragon spear was obvious to all. It seemed to be able to absorb any attack and turn it into its own strength. But now the spear had shattered. What was going on? The most surprised person was none other than Long Xiaochun. He did not know why the divine dragon spear had self-destructed. Whoosh! After the scorching flame fist shattered the divine dragon spear, its power did not stop. It pounced towards Long Xiaochen. The strong wind blew Long Xiaochen's long hair, and a stream of air cut his cheek, causing blood to flow out. However, he did not dare to move. He could only watch the fist coming towards him. But in the next moment the fist stopped in front of him. It was as if he had walked a circle under the Grim Reaper's scythe. How terrifying! Divine Dragon Spear, you've been caught in your own trap. You relied too much on your weapon, so you lost even faster. Crack! Lin Ling raised his left fist and said indifferently, "Impossible, your 20% sword intent couldn't even shatter the Divine Dragon Spear. How could your fist succeed?" Long Xiaochen muttered to himself. He could not believe his eyes. "Who told you that I only know 20% of sword true intent? I even know the true meaning of fire, and it's 40%. Crack! Lin Ling said coldly, causing Long Xiaochen's eyes to widen. Caught in his own trap, the Divine Dragon Spear kept absorbing the opponent's attacks, but there was a limit. Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword did not break that limit, but his fire intent did, because Lin Ling's fire intent was even more terrifying. It had reached 40% fire intent. 40%, what a terrifying genius. He's a monster. Crack! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. One true intent of martial arts was already very terrifying, but this young man had actually grasped too, and it was 40%. Such a youth had been abandoned by apprentice Master Su Fan, and had even become a candidate disciple? In the history of the 7 Profound Martial House, had there ever been such a strong candidate disciple? You said before that you didn't even care to know my name and directly called me trash. But now you've lost to a trash like me. Are you worse than trash? Lin Ling coldly looked at Long Xiaochen. Long Xiaochen's face paled. He had lost, and he was sincerely convinced of his loss. Plop! He knelt down on one knee. I have never liked trash, but I am sincerely convinced by a genius that is stronger than me. Today I, Long Xiaochen, have lost. In this year's 100 Territories tournament, you are ranked 2nd. You are even stronger than the little overlord Zhao Qingtan. Surrender. He had admitted defeat. In front of countless people, he had been convinced by Lin Ling and even worshipped. This worship caused Su Fan's complexion to become incomparably ugly. Long Xiaochen was a genius that was about to become his disciple, but now he worshipped Lin Ling. Wasn't this the same as slapping his face? You won disgracefully, and you even used the 7 Profound Martial House's martial arts. So the previous battle does not count. Surrender. Chapter 504. 3rd Grade Talent King Body. He has learned the 7 Profound Martial House's Heaven Step martial arts. This is unfair to everyone. After all, no one knows a Heaven Step martial arts. If he can be ranked in the top 10, then that is not because of his talent or perseverance, but because of his Heaven Step martial arts. This is cheating, Tai Yuezhan said again. His words left the crowd silent. Was this really cheating? Didn't seem like it. After all, Long Xiaochen had used a 2nd grade Heaven Step martial arts, and his strength came from the Divine Dragon Spear. He had not shown his talent or perseverance, but Long Xiaochen could become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, and Lin Ling could not. This reason was just too far-fetched. And most importantly, Lin Ling had not used the 7 Profound Martial House's King Step martial arts to defeat Long Xiaochen, but had relied on the true meaning of martial arts. Did you not hear my words? As if he was aware of the crowd's silence, Tai Yuezhan shouted again. Many of the talented youths echoed him. Although it was unfair, they would not do something as stupid as offending apprentice Master Su Fan. Haha, is the 7 Profound Martial House a place where hypocrites like you gather? In the silence, Lin Ling's mocking laughter spread out. Everyone was silent. They were in the wrong, and did not have the face to speak. Shut up. If you did not learn the 7 Profound Martial House's Heaven Step martial arts, then are you Long Xiaochen's match? If you don't believe me, then ask Long Xiaochen, Tai Yuezhan coldly shouted. He wanted to regain face for his master. His words made everyone look at Long Xiaochen. Long Xiaochen frowned, but in the next moment he laughed. A loss is a loss. It has nothing to do with the heaven-step martial arts, talent, or perseverance. Apprentice Master Su Fan, you have disappointed me. You. On the mountain peak, Su Fan's pupils shrank. He was very surprised. He did not think that Long Xiaochen would not give him face. Did Long Xiaochen not want to become his disciple? Although I, Long Xiaochen, am proud, I can still distinguish between right and wrong. If you do not want to recruit me, then don't go. I will follow Lin Ling. Long Xiaochen laughed loudly, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This Long Xiaochen was really open and candid. After losing to Lin Ling, he was wholeheartedly convinced. You two do not have the qualifications to become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. One of you relied on stealing the martial arts of the 7 Profound Martial House to rise above others, and the other relied on a weapon to show off his prowess. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Tai Yuezhan's expression turned ugly. Long Xiaochen's rejection made him feel deeply humiliated. Then, he once again spoke for his master Su Fan. No matter what, when the 7 Profound Martial House recruits disciples, they must have exceptional talent and perseverance, and they must not have a murderous heart. You have not met these requirements, you can only become candidates. I've already said that when the 7 Profound Martial House recruits disciples, the truth is that all of you who think you are strong and powerful, all of you are doing it according to your heart's desire. What powerful king body talent! Now, can you find someone with a more powerful king body talent than me? Lin Ling indifferently said. At this point, it didn't matter whether or not he went to the 7 Profound Martial House. But now he had to fight for his dignity. Ridiculous. Little Overlord Zhao Qingtian, you go out and let him know just how small an ant he is. Great Moonzhan shouted, causing the second-ranked little tyrant, Zhao Qingtian, to nod his head. I will let them know just how much of a waste they are. But master, I never fight, and when I do I will use my full strength. If I kill someone, don't blame me. Step. The little overlord slowly walked out. He carried a broadsword on his back and licked his lips as he looked at Lin Ling. On behalf of my master, I say that the 7 Profound Martial House does not kill too many people. Also, for such a talented youth to die, it may be a good thing for everyone. Tai Yuezhan coldly nodded. Today he had wanted to slowly torture Lin Ling. But Lin Ling's strength had surpassed his imagination, making it difficult for him to control. Since it was like this, then he might as well kill him and end all troubles. Long Xiaochen, you are standing on the wrong side. If you kill Lin Ling, then it will be your turn next. Don't think that because we fought for a long time last time I won't dare to kill you. I am only jealous of your divine dragon spear. Now that you don't have the divine dragon spear, you will die without a doubt. Yes. After walking out, the little overlord Zhao Qingtian looked at Long Xiaochen, causing Long Xiaochen to frown. Young Master Divine Dragon, you are so pitiful. You supported Lin Ling, but the result is that not only do you not have the qualifications to enter the 7 Profound Martial House, but you will also die. The surrounding talented youths secretly shook their heads, rejoicing that they had not supported Lin Ling before. In this world where the strong were revered, sometimes you knew that the other side was wrong, but you still had to say that the other side was right. Otherwise, your end would be the same as Long Xiaochen's. Moreover, many people were aware that Long Xiaochen's death was in fact the extreme lunar slash establishing prestige for student Su Fan, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. As for Lin Ling, the truth was that when he came to the rainforest Holy Land, his fate was death. Lin Ling, I don't understand why you are so stubborn. If you want to become a candidate, then become a candidate. Why do you have to go against your master's wishes? You have no background. Do you really think you can set off such a big wave? Zhao Qingtian looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Then he sighed and shook his head. What a pity, another genius has died at my hands. Let me tell you, my king body is the 3rd grade brilliant gold tyrant body. My king body is very terrifying. It can absorb the world's metal attribute spiritual energy, and has a tyrannical offensive and defensive power. My weakness is only my speed. As he spoke, he gently waved the overbearing saber in his hand. An endless saber wind bloomed, forming a golden membrane of light that wrapped around Zhao Qingtian. At the same time, countless golden fireflies fluttered out. Not good, I feel a bit dizzy. Some of the geniuses in the distance had a drastic change in expression. You have a metal attribute king body, right? Quickly leave the square. If you encounter a third-grade king body, you are like an ant and he is like a king. He can absorb your strength from a distance. Some of the youths who were familiar with the little tyrant Zhao Qingtian anxiously said, causing the youths in the square to have a drastic change in expression. What a terrifying king body. He seemed to be a metal attribute king. Have you noticed? My strength is getting stronger and stronger. Although I am at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, I am invincible against early-stage king spirit realm martial artists. A tyrannical voice floated out from Zhao Qingtian's mouth. He had the strength to kill all early-stage king spirit realm martial artists. He could be said to be invincible. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but shake their heads. Could Lin Ling still win? Are you done showing off? However, in the next moment, they heard an arrogant voice. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid at all. You will know how powerful I am. Zhao Qingtian didn't get angry and said indifferently. He had absolute confidence that he could kill Lin Ling. Then he wanted to say something, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, they suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted. At the same time, everyone in the square quieted down. They sensed a terrifying power of fire blooming. You are not the only peerless early-stage king spirit realm martial artist. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment he stretched out his left hand. On his palm a vermilion bird condensed from flames kept dancing, releasing an innate power of fire. At this moment he was like a king of fire. Pa! On the mountain peak Su Fan was drinking tea. However, when the tea reached his mouth, the teacup was instantly crushed by his grip. The tea splashed all over his body, but he didn't feel it at all. His pupils constricted as he stared at the flaming youth below. Vermilion bird flame. At. Chapter 505. Is that all you've got? What kind of fire is that? It's so hot and there's a vermilion bird flying around. After a short moment of silence, the square was filled with surprised voices. They noticed that Lin Ling, a young man from the cloud region, had a hidden king body. It was a flame body that was completely different from the green flames from before. But now it was blood red. Even though they were far away, they could feel the terrifying temperature. You pervert. Not far behind Lin Ling, Long Xiaoqin's eyes widened. He thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but now he realized that Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card. That meant that his evaluation of Lin Ling was still too low. You're very arrogant. You actually hid your king body. But against my brilliant gold tyrant body. Is your king body useful? Let me tell you, my brilliant gold tyrant body has been revived. A drop of blood can revive me. A deep voice sounded. Zhao Qingtian did not put Lin Ling's king body in his eyes. He waved his overlord blade and walked out step by step. Origin gold body? The crowd looked at the dazzling Zhao Qingtian and their pupils constricted. At this moment, Zhao Qingtian seemed to have turned into a golden man. His whole body was shining with golden light and was filled with terrifying power. The most terrifying thing was that around the golden tyrant body, there were countless blade radiances. Those blade radiances even created a vacuum in the air. That was his protective blade radiance. Third-grade king body. Zhao Qingtian is very powerful. I wonder what level Lin Ling's flame is. If it's a second grade or even a third grade, he will die. Looking at Zhao Qingtian, who was like an ancient giant, the young geniuses sucked in a cold breath. Not only was this year's genius ranking competition, but it was also a battle between king bodies. Unknowingly, many people's hearts trembled. Lin Ling might not be Zhao Qingtian's opponent, but with his current strength, he deserved to be ranked in the top 10. The story of him bribing the red-haired middle-aged man in exchange for a spot was obviously debunked. Die. Zhao Qingtian was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. Within a radius of 100 meters under the blade it was a death zone. This was his powerful defense. Then Zhao Qingtian's fist broke through the air at the same time. It was said that his innate talent was the king's physique, which doubled his attack power and defense power. If that was the case, then even a mid-stage king spirit realm cultivator wouldn't dare to casually receive that punch. But that was indeed the case. At this moment, Many Star Guard disciples were watching the battle from afar. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Although Zhao Qingtian was in the late stage of the Sky Spirit realm, the power of that punch was enough to intimidate them. After all, their strength was at the middle stage of the King Spirit realm, and some were even at the late stage. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a third-grade king body was. All eyes were on Lin Ling, wanting to see how Lin Ling was going to defend himself. Even Su Fan and the red-haired middle-aged man had their gazes fixed on him. The former was curious about how powerful Lin Ling's vermilion bird flame was, while the latter had already tested Lin Ling's talent and knew that Lin Ling's strength was unfathomable. However, he had no idea how powerful Lin Ling was. And now, everything was about to come to light. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't say a word and allowed the flames on his body to continue burning. Many people's eyes narrowed. He doesn't seem to have reacted. Many people were puzzled. When Zhao Qingtian's fist came, Lin Ling seemed to be dumbfounded and stood there quietly without moving. What was he trying to do? He must be frightened by my aura. Zhao Qingtian sneered. He had a third-grade king body and had been favored by the heavens since he was a child. He had always been domineering, and that was how he got the title of Little Overlord. Although Lin Ling's flames were magical, how could they compare to his brilliant gold tyrant body? I'll crush you with one punch. The terrifying fist carried an aura that could destroy everything. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. He's dead, he's dead. It's too late to retreat now. The crowd shook their heads. Lin Ling was still standing. Boom! The fist landed squarely on Lin Ling's cheek. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions, causing some of the weaker youths to lose their balance and fall to the ground. However, their eyes were fixed on the center of the square. They wanted to see what would happen to Lin Ling. Is he dead? The crowd swallowed their saliva. At this moment, in the center of the square, the gale gradually dispersed. Under countless gazes, Zhao Qingtian's terrifying brilliant gold fist landed on Lin Ling's cheek. This was a real punch that landed squarely. However, Lin Ling still stood there like a pine tree. His cold face finally spat out a voice. Is that all you've got? What? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a cultivator in the middle stage of the King Spirit realm wouldn't dare to take a real punch head-on. However, after Lin Ling took the punch, he asked Zhao Qingtian indifferently, is that all you've got? In other words, Zhao Qingtian's punch didn't hurt Lin Ling at all. No wonder Lin Ling didn't even try to dodge. It wasn't that he was stupid, but that he didn't even bother to dodge. So what if he had a third-grade king body? So what if he took a punch from you? That was all. Impossible. As the person involved, Zhao Qingtian was more shocked than anyone else. After all, no cultivator in the early stage of the King Spirit realm could block his punch. They would all be smashed into pieces. However, Lin Ling easily blocked his punch. All of this was like a dream, but to Zhao Qingtian it was a great humiliation. I'm going to kill you. Die. Rumble. Zhao Qingtian's other hand slashed out with the Overlord blade. A terrifying golden blade swept out. This blade was executed by the king body. It wasn't an ordinary blade. After using the brilliant gold tyrant body, Zhao Qingtian's attack power had more than doubled. Pop! 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 The air was sliced into a vacuum. That blade slashed down like a thunderbolt, instantly leaving a blade mark on the ground. However, just as the blade was about to land on Lin Ling's head, Lin Ling gently stretched out his right hand and caught the blade. With this little strength, you dare to be proud of being ranked second? A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Flames spewed out, and the blade that was caught by Lin Ling melted like water. What a scorching flame! It can even melt a weapon. The crowd's heart trembled. This Lin Ling had a terrifying king body. I have a third-grade king body. Why is it that it doesn't affect you at all? What rank is your king body? Zhao Qingtian stared blankly at the scene in front of him. There was no longer any arrogance on his face. At this moment he was absent-minded. He was easily suppressed in 2 moves. Unless he was an idiot, how could he not know the difference between him and Lin Ling? Only the vermilion bird knows what it is. However, the bird is called vermilion. The feather race soars in the sky with a scarlet flame. This flame is the 4th grade vermilion bird's flame, the 4 motifs true fire. Lin Ling's face was still cold as he spoke. He slowly stretched out his right hand. 4th grade. Zhao Qingtian's pupils constricted. He thought that with his 3rd grade king body, he could sweep through everything. However, who knew that this unknown young man in front of him was a 4th grade king body? He was high above him. 4 motifs true fire. The surrounding geniuses' hearts trembled. Lin Ling's talent, martial arts foundation, and battle experience were all perfect. Did they still have the qualifications to laugh at Lin Ling? Chapter 506. Begging for mercy was useful. Boom. At this moment, a huge pillar of flame shot up into the sky. It even burned the clouds. The flame was 1,000 feet wide and was extremely dazzling. If one looked carefully, the pillar of flame was like magma that constantly shot up into the sky. However, within the flame, there were many vermilion birds that symbolized the flame. They slowly flew up into the sky and were extremely dazzling. Look at the flame. Someone forced himself to look at the dazzling pillar of flame and suddenly exclaimed. Within the huge pillar of flame, countless vermilion birds were slowly flying up into the sky. Below the vermilion birds, a young man stood there like a pine tree. His right hand reached out and grabbed a person like a vermilion bird's claw. That person's body was suspended in the air. His feet were constantly kicking, but he could not break free from the vermilion bird's claw. And the endless flames were burning that person. From afar, this scene was extremely pleasing to watch. The young man in the flame grabbed a strong enemy and burned him with flames. That is Zhao Qingtian, a young man said with difficulty. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They finally witnessed the terror of the vermilion bird's flames. Zhao Qingtian was completely powerless against Lin Ling. Your brilliant gold tyrant body is reborn from a drop of blood. What if it burns to nothing? A cold voice came out from the pillar of flame. Everyone saw that the young man in the flame was extremely cold. He was like a flame god but more like a fire demon. No. Spare me. I admit defeat. With his head being grabbed, Zhao Qingtian said with difficulty. Previously, when he slashed at Lin Ling with his overlord blade, even the air was cut into a vacuum. However, it was easily grabbed by Lin Ling and melted. This made him realize that the vermilion bird's flames were also a tyrannical king body. Moreover, the degree of tyrannical strength was above his. The most terrifying thing was that after his head was grabbed, endless flames were burning him. Even his powerful brilliant gold tyrant body could not block the scorching flames. Fire was the most unyielding yang. No matter how strong the defense was, no matter how hard the metal was, if it was continuously burned, it would still melt. Is there any use in admitting defeat? Earlier you said that you never attack, but when you attack, you will use your full strength and want to kill me easily. A cold voice rang out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Zhao Qingtian's eyes to widen. He shook his head with all his might. I was wrong, I didn't know you were so strong. If not, I wouldn't have dared to say those words. In fact, I wouldn't have even participated in the battle. Lin Ling sneered. It's because I'm stronger than you that you're regretting your actions. If I was weaker than you, the one who would die today would still be me. Geniuses from the upper 3 regions are all like this. When you bully the weak, you're arrogant, but when you face the strong, you're like a stray dog. His words were filled with mockery, leaving Zhao Qingtian speechless. Not long ago, he thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than him, so he wanted to kill Lin Ling to prove his strength. At the same time, he wanted to flatter Su Fan. However, when he found out that Lin Ling was stronger than him, he immediately begged for mercy like a stray dog. However, would begging be of any use? You are Su Fan's proudest disciple. I want to ask you, why are you so proud? Lin Ling said again, causing Zhao Qingtian's face to become extremely pale. He couldn't be proud anymore. Pitiful, in order to flatter others you even threw away your own life. At least Long Xiaochen is not as stupid as you. He still has his own principles. You are about to die, but your master won't be moved at all. Lin Ling sneered, causing Zhao Qingtian's pupils to constrict. He looked at Su Fan in the distance with difficulty. However, Su Fan was surprised by Lin Ling's king body. He didn't seem to care about his death. A sadness rose in his heart. He flattered Su Fan, but in the end he ended up like this. In your next life, Open your eyes and don't provoke people you can't provoke. Without any sympathy for Zhao Qingtian, Lin Ling's body burst out with 4,000 vermilion bird flames. Countless vermilion birds circled around Zhao Qingtian. The scorching flames burned him into a metal solution, and then the metal solution was burned into nothing. At this point, the second-ranked genius Zhao Qingtian was defeated. The square was silent. The result was beyond everyone's imagination. No one thought that when Lin Ling was forced into a corner, he would finally erupt with terrifying strength and become this year's second-ranked genius. All of this was like a dream. Especially the red-haired middle-aged man and the others, they were shocked. When they were on the dragon boat, Lin Ling didn't burst out with his full strength. Even when he fought Long Xiaochen, he didn't use his full strength. This young man seemed to have no limit. They couldn't see through him at all. Vermilion bird flames. Su Fan muttered to himself, and memories rose in his mind. Not long ago, his nephew and disciple said that they were going to the Cloud Realm to give him a surprise. At that time he was afraid that something would happen to his nephew, so he secretly investigated and found that his nephew was only going to the Cloud Realm. That place was the lower 3 regions, so he wasn't worried. Moreover, he also found out that Qing Xuanming and Lin Xuanwu's goal was the vermilion bird flames. But he completely didn't expect that Qing Xuanming and Lin Xuanwu would die in the Cloud Realm, and didn't get the vermilion bird inheritance at all. And now it was clear that the vermilion bird inheritance's owner was the young man below. Without a doubt, the young man gave him a crisp slap in the face again. Not only did he learn his disciple's heaven-class martial arts, but he also stole the vermilion bird inheritance from his disciple and nephew, Lin Ling. Su Fan finally couldn't calm down and drink tea. This ant was not someone he could play with at all. If he was careless, he would lose face in front of countless people. Master Su Fan, you said that I bribed the red-haired senior to become the 4th-ranked genius, and I can only be a candidate disciple. Now you can choose any of this year's geniuses to fight. I'm happy to accompany you. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Lin Ling. Su Fan roared in a low voice. Even the second-ranked Zhao Qingtian was defeated. Who could be Lin Ling's opponent? Only the first-ranked Tian. You dogs only know how to flatter others. You don't even know your own martial arts heart. Now I'll give you a chance to flatter Master Su Fan. Come out and fight. Lin Ling looked at the geniuses around him and shouted again. Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. The geniuses had complicated expressions. Fight? Do they dare? Absolutely not. They were not Lin Ling's opponent at all. Didn't you bark loudly as a dog before? Now you don't dare to speak? Lin Ling coldly said again, making the crowd even more silent. All the geniuses were humiliated by Lin Ling. They wanted to flatter Master Su Fan, so they couldn't distinguish right from wrong and ostracized Lin Ling. And now Lin Ling invited them to fight. Do they dare? Haha. Dogs are afraid of evil people. Long Xiaochen sneered from the side, making the faces of the geniuses turn even uglier. In the 7 profound martial house square, the geniuses of the 100 territories had been cursed as dogs, but they had no way of refuting. Shut up. At this moment, Extreme Lunar Zhan's cold voice sounded out. How could he allow his master to be humiliated? Also, because his master had scruples about his status, he was embarrassed to come out and suppress Lin Ling. But he had to come out. Another dog. Chapter 507. Ranked First Heaven, don't be too arrogant. Heaven. Tai Yuezhan's face was ashen. He was a Moon Guard disciple. Who was Lin Ling? How dare he call him a dog? You're the arrogant one. I clearly won, but you turned black into white. You said that I relied on a king step martial art to rank 4th, and that I had no talent or willpower. And now, the genius that you think has talent has also lost to me. Don't you think your words are very shameful? Lin Ling said coldly. Tai Yuezhan's face became even more unsightly. He had said that Lin Ling had no talent and relied on a heaven step martial art to suppress other geniuses. But now, did he still have the right to say that? In terms of king body, who could compete with Lin Ling? Tai Yuezhan was speechless. No matter how he turned black into white, he still needed an explanation. But now he couldn't find any. The youth in the square was too perfect. Talent, martial arts, battle experience, and the heart of martial arts were all perfect. It was difficult for him to find fault with him. Lin Ling, among this year's geniuses, other than the enigmatic Heaven, no one is his opponent. Heaven. Although the surrounding youths were cursed by Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling did have the right to be arrogant. Although you have some talent and strength, you kill too much. You consider everything beneath your notice. Zhao Qingtian was only sparring with you, but you killed him. Are you afraid that Zhao Qingtian will surpass you in the future? Is that why you killed him? Heaven. Tai Yuezhan shouted coldly. He finally found a way. As a disciple of the discipline hall, don't blame me for punishing you. Heaven. He didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. A terrifying aura bloomed, revealing his killing intent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling. So domineering. Heaven. Many people shook their heads. Tai Yuezhan's actions were getting uglier and uglier. At first, he kept making things difficult for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling countered each and every one of them. He even slapped Tai Yuezhan's face, causing him to lose his dignity. In the end, Tai Yuezhan became angry and directly killed him without any reason. This was a shameless move. Ugly extreme moonslash Su Fan. If I don't die, you'll regret it in the future. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as a resolute aura burst forth from him. Facing the extreme lunar slash, he still stood firm without fear. If he retreated, it would mean that he was afraid of Su Fan, and that he was in the wrong. What a tenacious young man. Seeing Lin Ling fearlessly face the extreme moon slash, the crowd's hearts froze. It seemed that Lin Ling was able to become this year's number 2 genius. In addition to his talent, his heart of martial arts was also much more resolute than all of them. On the path of martial arts, one must bravely move forward without fear. However, many martial artists found it difficult to achieve this. When faced with difficulties and setbacks, they would feel fear and hesitate. At that time, their heart of martial arts would be flawed. Originally, they would be able to break through in one go, but because of their hesitation, their momentum would weaken. And Lin Ling was that kind of genius who bravely moved forward without fear. You can't compare to others, so you want to renege on your debt? As the extreme lunar slash's giant hand reached towards Lin Ling, a mocking voice sounded out. Under countless gazes, a white sword slashed down, and with a loud bang, it cut off the hand that was reaching towards Lin Ling. A figure slowly walked out from the crowd. He held a jug of wine in his hand, drinking as he walked. His carefree and calm appearance caused everyone's eyes to widen. Who was this person? Even the extreme lunar slash was puzzled. He didn't know who this person was. However, his eyebrows furrowed together in anger. You dare interrupt my fun? Are you tired of living? Does apprentice Su Fan raise dogs that randomly bite people? It seems that apprentice Su Fan is nothing more than this. After the person walked out, he shook his head. Then, he disdained the extreme lunar slash and turned his gaze towards Lin Ling. No one knew who this person was. They could only see that he was around 19 years old. His face was covered with a beard, and his long hair cascaded down his back. He looked like a martial artist that had traveled all over the world. Heavens, what is the meaning of this? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's icy voice sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to flash. Suddenly, a terrifying name rose up in their hearts. This year's number 1 ranked genius, the enigmatic Heavens. Do you want to fight with Lin Ling? Su Fan asked again. In your dreams, you damned old ghost. I originally wanted to worship you as my master, but who knew that you would be so ugly? Luckily, this little brother allowed me to see everything clearly. The youth called Heavens lightly smiled. He seemed to have rejected Su Fan, not wanting to join Su Fan's sect. Heavens, what do you want to do? Su Fan's complexion was extremely ugly. The number 1 ranked Heavens had rejected him. The number 2 ranked Zhao Qingtian had been defeated. And the number 3 ranked Long Xiaochen had also rejected him. This year, he was in charge of the disciple recruitment, but he had broken the record of the 7 profound martial house, becoming the apprentice that had been rejected by the most disciples. This was shameful. And all of this was brought about by that Lin Ling. However, the truth was that he wasn't too familiar with this Heavens. He only knew that this mysterious youth was extremely powerful, and his talent with a king body was also extremely terrifying. Thus, he had taken the initiative to recruit him as his disciple. I just don't like you because you are too ugly. As for me, of course I want to protect my little brother. The youth called Heavens looked at Lin Ling and lightly smiled as he spoke. Little brother? The crowd's eyes widened. When had Lin Ling become Heaven's little brother? Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. This was the first time that he had seen this free and easy youth, but he actually called him little brother? Because of the tyrannical singing sword. The youth looked at Lin Ling, a touch of warmth in his eyes. Then he pointed at the sword not too far away from Lin Ling. Tyrannical singing sword? Lin Ling also frowned. This sword had been left to him by the limitless sword saint. Could this youth know the limitless sword saint? Those who have the tyrannical singing sword are my family, and you are younger than me, so I have to thicken my skin and call myself your big brother. Moreover, the previous you kept winning, but because you were fighting alone they kept bullying you. They bullied you because you had no one to help you. Now let us brothers fight side by side. After smiling, the youth's expression turned cold. A terrifying aura bloomed, and a sword made of bone floated in his hand, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Whoever dares to say another word about my little brother will die. The bone sword pointed at Tai Yuezhan, and a destructive aura spread out. A cold voice floated out from the youth's mouth. Tai Yuezhan, you bullied my little brother before. Now take my sword! Exclamation point. Who the hell are you? Exclamation point. Tai Yuezhan roared. After this youth had appeared, his master had once again lost face, and then pointed his sword at Tai Yuezhan with disdain. He was simply too arrogant. This one is Sakura! Exclamation point. Shio! As the tyrannical voice fell, spirit energy surged, and a white skeleton appeared. It then exploded, turning into a huge bone sword, and slashed at Tai Yuezhan. What a terrifying aura! It's destruction! Destruction! The crowd sucked in a cold breath. The number one genius was indeed mysterious, and his strength was simply unfathomable. Chapter 508. The Sword Elder appeared in your dreams. Extreme Lunar Beheader's face was extremely ugly, but in the next moment, the bone sword slashed down, a faint aura of hell filling the air. Lake King Spirit Realm. Extreme Lunar Beheader sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying talent! He wasn't even 20 years old and had already reached the Lake King Spirit Realm. He had almost caught up to a veteran disciple like him. Am I dreaming or are you dreaming? The bone sword cut through the air, accompanied by a disdainful voice. Universe remorseless. Extreme Lunar Beheader's hands moved, and the aura of a king-step martial art erupted. His hands turned into a black and white spiritual energy wave that constantly fused together. It was like a black and white moon that slashed out. Gotcha! However, the bone sword was extremely terrifying. With a single slash, the black and white moon was split in two. Extreme Lunar Beheader. What a terrifying strength. Before even entering the 7 profound martial house, he was already able to threaten a veteran disciple. With this, one could see just how terrifying Sakura's talent was. How bold! Su Fan could no longer sit still. An ancient aura blossomed and smoke crazily gushed out, turning into an ancient fist that blocked the sword. Putong! Although Su Fan had saved Extreme Lunar Beheader, Extreme Lunar Beheader was still affected by the bone sword's destructive aura. He fell from the high mountain peak and sprawled on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At least a 5th grade talent king body. His fearful voice sounded out at the same time. The crowd quieted down. At least a 5th grade talent king body. This Sakura was too terrifying. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. A cultivation realm that surpassed his peers, and an extraordinary talent king body. This Sakura was truly worthy of being the number 1 mysterious talent. But his surname was D. D. Jichuan was also surnamed D. Limitless Sword Saint was also surnamed D. Suddenly, Lin Ling had a conjecture in his heart. After beating the young, the old comes. Master Su Fan, you really are a disgrace to the 7 profound martial house. Sakura waved his right hand and the bone sword disappeared. He looked at Su Fan with a mocking smile. If Su Fan hadn't acted, that sword would have taken Extreme Lunar Beheader's life. Su Fan's face was gloomy, but he didn't speak. In his heart he was surprised at Sakura's talent. This was a true proud son of heaven. But unfortunately, because of Lin Ling's fault, he had missed his chance. That damned Lin Ling. Su Fan looked at Lin Ling, and his anger grew even stronger. This ant had humiliated him time and time again. The crowd was also silent. They knew that Sakura wanted to kill Tai Yuezhan because of Lin Ling. Sakura had said before that if anyone dared to touch his brother Lin Ling, he would kill them no matter how far away they were. Lin Ling has a good brother. Many of the young geniuses became envious. Su Fan, this is only a disciple recruitment ceremony, and you've already caused such a sensation in the 7 Profound Martial House. Do you want to lose face for the 7 Profound Martial House? You really don't have any dignity as an apprentice. At this moment, a low and deep voice sounded out from the 7 Profound Martial House. Then under countless eyes 2 figures strode in. The first was an old man around 80 years old. This old man's hair and beard were all white, but his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was like a sharp sword. Behind this old man was a youth. He was somewhat ordinary, but after he appeared, he immediately winked at the distant Lin Ling. It was the Emperor's inch. Lin Ling's pupils flashed, and he smiled and nodded. Su Fan greets Elder Sword. Looking at this spirited old man, Su Fan's complexion changed, and he quickly respectfully saluted. The 7 Profound Martial House had a strict status. Below the 36 powerful apprentices, there were also 12 Elders Xian. They represented 12 different surnames, and were the foundation of the 7 Profound Martial House. According to legend, the previous Martial House Masters were born from these 12 surnames. Moreover, the Martial House Master had a powerful authority, but when he made a decision, he had to obtain the consent of the 12 Elders Xian. The 12 Elders Xian were equal to the highly respected Council of Elders. Elder Sword was one of the 12 surnames. His surname was D, and the bloodline of this surname was once the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master. You still know to see me? Tell me, this is just a recruitment ceremony, and you've made such a foul atmosphere. What is this? A cold voice floated out from Elder Sword's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They did not dare to raise their heads to look at Elder Sword. Elder Sword, please calm your anger. This year's genius youth has violated the 7 Profound Martial House's recruitment rules. He has not yet entered the 7 Profound Martial House and has already killed people for fun. That is why I stopped him. Su Fan quickly said. But his eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling trash. However, just as his words fell, Elder Sword angrily shouted. Su Fan's complexion turned ugly. After all, there were so many talented youths watching, but he had been cursed as trash. In the future, what dignity would he have in front of these talented youths? However, all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Today, in front of Elder Sword, he would make Lin Ling die in front of the 7 Profound Martial House's main gate. He was just about to speak when he heard Elder Sword's voice in his ear, but it was not directed at him. Lin Ling, you speak. Let Lin Ling speak? Elder Sword was such a powerful and respected character, yet he actually knew Lin Ling? Su Fan's pupils constricted, as if he could not believe his own ears. Lin Ling coldly smiled. At the beginning, because there was no one to support him, no matter what he did, Su Fan would make things difficult for him. But now there was finally someone to support him. Emperor's Inch, it was definitely Emperor's Inch that was helping him. You dare to speak. Today I want to see just who dares to bully you. The 7 Profound Martial House has a long history. It is not the turn of a small apprentice to have the final say. Elder Sword said again. Elder Sword seems to be helping Lin Ling. The youths in the square were aware of Elder Sword's meaning. This made them even more envious. Lin Ling came from the tiny cloud domain. First, he had the mysterious youth Sakura to help him, and now he had Elder Sword to help him. His luck was just too good. They were very clear that in the vast palace of martial arts that was the 7 Profound Martial House, if one did not have a backer to support them, then it would be much more difficult to grow. For instance, Lin Ling was like this. No matter how he tried to prove himself, Su Fan would always make things difficult for him. This was the reason why he did not have the right to speak. But now Lin Ling had it. Even his backer was extremely powerful. He was one of the ancient 12 elders. Greetings, Elder Sword. Lin Ling stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Elder Sword. Then he coldly looked at Su Fan and said, "This old dog said that I bribed the red-haired senior and did not have the qualifications to become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, so he wanted me to be a candidate disciple. You called me an old dog." Su Fan's face turned ugly. Lin Ling had always called his disciple a dog, but now that he had Elder Sword's support, he had directly called him an old dog. "You are not only a dog, you are also a shameless old toad." Lin Ling's lips curved into a taunting smile. Su Fan was so angry that he almost wanted to slap Lin Ling to death. But with Elder Sword here, how could he dare to act recklessly? Old toad. As the crowd heard this, they all covered their mouths and laughed. Even Elder Sword shook his head and smiled. "You said that I bribed the red-haired middle-aged man. But then I defeated the 3rd-ranked Long Xiaoqian and the 2nd-ranked Zhao Qingtian. Do you recognize my strength?" Lin Ling said again. Chapter 509. A 3-month bet. I killed too much? Did I kill your entire family? Lin Ling sneered. Facing Su Fan, who was a picky person, he did not give him any face. Then he looked at Tai Yuezhan, who was not far away. "That trash wanted to kill me before. Why didn't you say that he killed too many people? He has a position in the discipline hall, and has the authority to punish the thugs of the 7 profound martial house. He is innocent of murder." Su Fan's voice was extremely low. Lin Ling's aura was oppressive, and he did not fear him in front of everyone. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Not too long ago, this boy was nothing but an ant. "What you mean is that he can kill people at will, but I cannot. Once I kill someone, I will enter the demonic path, and in the future I will have to kill my fellow disciples. If others want to kill me, I cannot resist and can only raise my neck for them to kill. But that trash has a position in the discipline hall, so he can kill me at will." "Then may I ask, Apprentice Su Fan, have you ever killed anyone?" Lin Ling sneered. Su Fan's face became increasingly ugly, and the anger in his heart caused his blood to boil. "You don't have to answer, but I already know the answer. For a scum like you, how could you not have killed anyone? Then let me ask you again, have any of the geniuses here not killed anyone?" Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The eyes of all the youths in the square flashed. As a martial artist, how could they not have killed? Sometimes, even if you did not want to kill, others would force you to. If they came to kill you, it was impossible not to resist. All the youths were silent, apparently tacitly agreeing. They have all killed people. Do they not have the qualifications to become disciples of the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling asked again, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth. This boy's mouth was too poisonous. With just a few words, he had pulled all the geniuses into the same boat, making it difficult for him to refute. "Also, Apprentice Su Fan, you do not have a position in the discipline hall. You have also killed people. Do you not have the qualifications to become an apprentice of the 7 profound martial house?" Lin Ling said with a smile. "Nonsense. I am an apprentice, how could I not have the qualifications to kill?" Su Fan coldly snorted. "Haha, so you can casually kill people, but we can't. If we resist, then we will kill too many people and fall into the demonic path. Like this, the 7 profound martial house is your world. You are the martial house master. If others resist and kill your enemies, then they will kill too many people." Lin Ling coldly snorted, causing Su Fan's face to darken like the bottom of a nest. In the 7 profound martial house, only he was allowed to kill, but no one else was allowed. This was obviously difficult to convince the masses, and if he didn't handle this well, it was easy to arouse the dissatisfaction of the other powerhouses. This boy's mouth was simply a flowery lotus. "You can't say it, Apprentice Master Su Fan. You only allow the government to set fires, but you don't allow the common people to light lamps. Also, you say that I have killed too many people, but the truth is that I killed your disciple. That's why you have been targeting me. As an apprentice master, your tolerance is too poor. You have simply lost the face of the 7 profound martial house." "Ugh," Lin Ling said as he pointed at Su Fan. It was as if he was scolding Su Fan while pointing at his nose. No wonder Master Su Fan wanted to target Lin Ling. He was abusing his power for personal gain. The crowd finally understood why Su Fan had repeatedly made things difficult for Lin Ling. "You're courting death." Su Fan was so angry that he almost went mad. His powerful aura was about to erupt. "You dare!" The Sword Elder's voice rang out. Su Fan forcibly suppressed his aura. He clenched his teeth and said, "No matter what you say, I will not accept you as my disciple. You think too highly of yourself." "Did I say I wanted to be your disciple? Please don't think too highly of yourself." Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. The last 4 words were like pearls and his voice was loud. "Think too highly of yourself." His voice floated out like a great bell. The young geniuses in the square could not help but laugh. Su Fan was thinking too highly of himself? That seemed to be the case. Lin Ling did not intend to take Su Fan as his master. But Su Fan actually refused to accept Lin Ling as his disciple. It was as if he was saying, "I will never accept you as my disciple." Wasn't this just thinking too highly of himself? Su Fan's skin was really thick. "You." Su Fan trembled with anger. His terrifying cultivation was about to erupt, but because the Sword Elder was present, he did not dare to move. That kind of sullen feeling could be imagined. After all, Lin Ling was just an ant to him. Student Su Fan is shaking with anger. The crowd saw Student Su Fan's appearance and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Fan continued to take deep breaths. His energy sank into his dantian, and he forcibly suppressed his anger. He coldly said, "According to the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House, if this year's student does not accept you as a disciple, you only have 2 choices. One is to become an official disciple, and the other is to become a candidate disciple. Without the help of a student, you will not be able to go far in the 7 Profound Martial House. In less than 3 months, you will not be able to mingle in the 7 Profound Martial House, and will obediently roll out of the 7 Profound Martial House." His words were obviously arrogant, as if he wanted to regain his last bit of face. Lin Ling shook his head coldly. "What if, after 3 months, I managed to persist?" "Me?" Su Fan was speechless. "I will speak for him. After 3 months, if Lin Ling can become a Moon Guard disciple from a Star Guard disciple, then Su Fan's status as a student will be stripped away. But if after 3 months Lin Ling fails? Elder Sword, you should at least show some sincerity." At this moment, an old woman appeared in the sky. She looked down at the crowd below and said, "Great Sun Elder." Su Fan looked up, and his heart was suddenly filled with joy. If he could become a student of the 7 Profound Martial House, then he naturally had a backer supporting him. And that backer was that old woman, one of the 12 elders, Xian, Great Sun Elder. She was also a person of virtue and prestige. With a single move of her foot, she could cause monstrous waves in the 100 territories. However, Elder Sword and Elder Child were obviously not on the same page. After the old woman appeared, Elder Sword frowned. "If Lin Ling loses, then I, Elder Xian, will withdraw." Elder Sword, for Lin Ling, is actually gambling with Elder Xian's status? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Elder Sword seemed to hold Lin Ling in high regard. This Great Sun Elder was also surprised, but soon smiled and nodded. "Elder Sword's promise is as good as gold. I believe in your words." Lin Ling looked at Elder Sword with surprise. He did not understand why Elder Sword would hold him in such high regard. But now Elder Sword's sword was already shining. The sword was pointed at Great Sun Elder, and he had the aura of an invincible swordsman. Since this was the case, how could Lin Ling refuse to fight? 3 months of gambling. If I lose, Elder Sword will give up his status as Elder Xian. But if I win, Su Fan will give up his status as a student. This gambling stake is not fair. Old woman, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Lin Ling looked at Great Sun Elder. He guessed that this old woman was one of the 12 elders Xian. She had a terrifying status, but he had never offended this old woman. But this old woman actually used him to suppress Elder Sword. Did she really think that he, Lin Ling, was a soft persimmon? "Do you know who you are talking to?" Great Sun Elder's pupil shrank. "What a frivolous youth. Lin Ling, good courage." The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was about the same age as them, But facing one of the 12 elders Xian of the 7 profound martial house, he was not afraid. With this courage, they were ashamed of their inferiority. Moreover, Lin Ling dared to call Great Sun Elder an old woman. Chapter 5:10. 3 slaps. Why do you care who I speak to? Now the Sword Elder has said that if I lose, I will give up the position of Elder Xian. If you lose, do you dare to give up the position of Elder Xian? Lin Ling coldly said. The newborn calf does not fear the tiger. As the Great Sun Child Elder looked at Lin Ling, she only had this thought in her mind. This youth was showing off his ability. But to bet the position of Elder Xian, this price was a bit too high. She didn't dare to gamble. After all, she had come here to support Su Fan, but she hadn't thought that things would become so big. Do you dare or not? Lin Ling shouted again. You swaggered around and made others pay such a heavy bet, but you don't dare. Are you really the 12th Elder Xian? His aura was like a swordsman's, like a tyrant's. His eyes were firm as he looked at the Great Sun Child Elder, causing the Great Sun Child Elder to frown. Haha, forget it. Lin Ling, if she loses, she doesn't need to give up the position of Elder Xian. But I will give her 3 slaps and let her know the price of being mean. The Sword Elder praised. He wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, but Di Jichuan had a very high evaluation of Lin Ling. Not only that, but Lin Ling had saved Di Jichuan. In addition, he had been paying attention to Lin Ling in the previous battle. He knew that Lin Ling was the descendant of their Di family bloodline. Therefore, he supported Lin Ling. Good, I'll add in my 3 slaps. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His bold words caused the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This youth Lin Ling really dared to speak. With his little status as a disciple, he actually dared to hit Elder Xian. You have courage, a hero from the youth. The Sword Elder laughed. In Lin Ling, he seemed to see his old brother, the limitless sword saint. A swordsman showing off his ability, the descendant of the tyrant sword art, overbearing and magnificent, uncompromising. Good. 3 months from now, everything will be revealed. Also, the Sword Elder is not allowed to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling must cultivate as an official disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise the bet will not count. Great Sun Elder's face twisted as she looked coldly at Lin Ling. She didn't expect this teen to not fear her and even raise the stakes. Ugh! The Sword Elder furrowed his brows. With his status as the 12th Elder Xian, it was not difficult for him to make Lin Ling a Moon Guard disciple. However, the Great Sun Child Elder had requested that Lin Ling could not accept any help and could only rely on his own efforts. In the 7 profound martial house, there was no one to guide them. In addition, there were no cultivation resources, so it was very difficult for them to grow. Not to mention anything else, just take a king step martial art as an example. Without the guidance of an elder, it would be impossible for an ordinary genius to learn such a profound martial art in less than a year. In addition to cultivation resources, official disciples did not have any cultivation resources. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Without cultivation resources, no matter how powerful one's talent was, it was just empty talk. Obviously, it was very difficult for Lin Ling to advance from a Star Guard disciple to a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. Sword Elder, I can do it. Lin Ling turned around to look at the Sword Elder, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. He was very grateful to the Sword Elder for helping him, but he did not want to rely on the Sword Elder too much. After all, on the road of martial arts, if one relied too much on the help of a powerhouse, then it would create a sense of dependence. When one encountered difficulties and setbacks, they would lack the courage to cut off all means of retreat. In the past, Lin Ling had relied on himself to overcome all difficulties and obstacles to become the #1 king of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Then, in the 7 profound martial house, he could also do the same. This 3-month bet would be the motivation for his growth. Good, you are truly worthy of being his descendant. You have a sharp spirit. The Sword Elder nodded with satisfaction. Although he had not seen Lin Ling much, this youth had always given him a series of pleasant surprises. Relying on your sharp spirit, you won't be able to go far. The Great Sun Child Elder sinisterly smiled and waved his hand, wanting to take Su Fan away. Hold on, I've already agreed to the bet. The Sword Elder will not help me. Don't you want to express your gratitude? The dignified 12 Elder Xian, a character that stands above tens of thousands of people, are you really so petty? Lin Ling coldly said. What do you want to do? The great Sun-child elder stopped in her tracks. Towards this youth in front of her, she hated him more and more. He was obviously an ant and his strength was not strong, but he had never placed these seniors in his eyes. Apprentice Master Su Fan slandered me before, saying that I was picky. This is simply a disgrace to the status of a 7 profound martial house student. Since he dared to do this, then he must pay the corresponding price. In front of everyone, I want to slap him 3 times. Lin Ling slowly said, his attitude extremely tough. How could he casually let go of the matter that had been made difficult for him? Did he think that he, Lin Ling, was someone that could be bullied as he wished? You want to slap me 3 times? Don't forget your status. Su Fan was so angry that he laughed. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His eyes were indifferently looking at the great Sun-child elder. He was forcing the great Sun-child elder to make a choice. The great Sun-child elder's face was gloomy. From this youth's eyes, she could clearly see that this youth would not compromise. If he refused this request, then the 3-month bet was likely to be rejected by this youth as well. And this was not what she wanted to see. Su Fan, you also made a mistake before. Slap him 3 times. The great Sun-child elder faintly said, and then slowly left. In order for the sword elder to continue the bet, she could only sacrifice Su Fan. Great Sun-child elder. Su Fan's pupils widened. Did he really want to slap Lin Ling's face? Lin Ling coldly smiled. He walked forward step by step until he arrived in front of Su Fan, his eyes indifferent. You dare to slap me? Su Fan clenched his teeth, and a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. This was an aura that surpassed the king's spirit realm. To these young geniuses, this was like an insurmountable mountain. Su Fan wants to use his aura to make Lin Ling feel fear. Everyone's eyes focused. To them, Su Fan's aura was truly terrifying. It was like if he moved a finger they would turn to ashes. Pa! However, in the next moment there was a crisp sound of a slap. A clear palm print appeared on Su Fan's face. As a teacher, you are narrow-minded, unable to distinguish between right and wrong. You deserve to be slapped. As a teacher, you invert right and wrong. You deserve to be slapped. As a teacher, you don't follow the principle of fairness. You do things as you please. You deserve to be slapped. Papa! 3 consecutive slaps sounded, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was not afraid of Su Fan's aura and really slapped him. Su Fan's face was burning with pain. Those slaps had landed on his face, and the pain was in his heart. In the depths of his eyes, the crazy killing intent was boiling. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his killing intent was, would he dare to touch Lin Ling in this place? He did not dare at all. He could only be humiliated by Lin Ling. Get lost. After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling coldly shouted, I will remember these 3 slaps. In the future you will regret it. Su Fan coldly said. In his heart, Lin Ling was a person he must kill. Do you want to be slapped again? Get lost. Get lost. However, his threat was met with another shout from Lin Ling, killing intent towards Lin Ling. It was not as if Lin Ling had not seen such people before. He could not possibly give up his dignity and speak humbly just because the other party had a high status. On the path of martial arts, how could one retreat just because the other party was powerful? Chapter 511. D family bloodline, you have guts. Su Fan nodded. He coldly glanced around at the silent, but in fact, he was secretly laughing. He knew that today he had lost all face. This was the first time that he had lost so much face in the 7 profound martial houses recruitment process, that he had lost so much face. He had even created a new record in the 7 profound martial house, becoming the apprentice that had been rejected by the most talented youths. And all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. With a cold snort, Su Fan strode away. Master, wait for me. Not too far away, Tai Yuezhan shouted out with a pale face. He had not thought that things would turn out like this. His respected master had not only not punished Lin Ling, but had instead been slapped 3 times, losing all face. Pung! At this moment, a white bone sword hung around his neck. A cold voice sounded out, "Old toad, get out of here. You dog, leave behind your dog life." Exclamation point. It was Sakura. Tai Yuezhan's pupils constricted. Sakura was a terrifying genius. He was frivolous and unrestrained. He did not fear an old disciple like him. "Leave him to me. Before, he was constantly making things difficult for me. I will use my own strength to personally resolve the grudges between us." At this time Lin Ling walked over and said. Sakura nodded. Lin Ling did not seem to want to deal with Tai Yuezhan for the time being. He wanted to personally deal with him after he was strong enough. But not doing so did not mean that Lin Ling did not care about Tai Yuezhan's previous difficulties. Pa pa pa. 3 crisp slaps sounded out on Tai Yuezhan's face. "When you were so arrogant, did you ever think that you would have such a day?" Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. Tai Yuezhan's face was extremely ugly. The 3 palm prints on his face were very clear. He had also been slapped in the face. A dignified Moon Guard disciple had been slapped in the face in front of countless people. It had to be known that with his status and strength, he could go anywhere in the middle 3 regions with the status of a master of a region. But now he was also being humiliated. "Get out of here. 3 months from now, I will personally come and find you." Exclamation point. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. He would personally avenge the grudge between him and Tai Yuezhan. "Good. I only hope that the next time you see me, Sword Elder will not be present." Tai Yuezhan clenched his teeth and replied. What he meant was, if it wasn't for the Sword Elder, would Lin Ling have the qualifications to be so arrogant? "Get lost." Lin Ling didn't want to waste words with him. He coldly shouted, causing Tai Yuezhan's teeth to creak. Then he strode away. However, the square remained silent. This year's 7 Profound Martial House disciple recruitment was obviously different from the previous years. No one would have thought that a simple disciple recruitment ceremony would draw out the appearance of 2 Xian elders. And all of this was because of Lin Ling. It seemed that this year's 7 Profound Martial House recruitment had become Lin Ling's stage. Many of the talented youths were jealous. Lin Ling had just arrived at the 7 Profound Martial House, and he had immediately become famous, causing them to be extremely jealous. However, although they were incomparably jealous, Lin Ling did not rely on the Sword Elder to become famous. His strength was also extremely terrifying. At the very least, among all the talented youths present besides Sakura, who else could be Lin Ling's match? Lin Ling is indeed very fierce. But he has become an official disciple, and we have a master to guide us. It won't be long before we surpass him. Zhua Emo Lanfeng and the others whispered. Lin Ling had already left a heavy shadow in their hearts, and even affected their hearts of martial arts. Therefore they had to surpass Lin Ling. Otherwise, if they wanted to make a breakthrough in the future, it would be very difficult. "We can definitely do it. Lin Ling doesn't have any cultivation resources, but we do." Sigh. The other disciples also thought in their hearts. Perhaps this was the only way they could comfort themselves. 7 Profound Martial House, 10,000 Swords Peak. This mountain was extremely strange. It was like a huge island, vast and boundless. Moreover, it floated in midair. Countless swords were inserted on the island. These swords were of various types. There were thin swords, long swords, axe-like swords, swords that flickered with blood light. This was like a graveyard for swords. At this moment, 4 figures were walking on top of the 10,000 Swords Peak. The 7 Profound Martial House is so big. This is the place where the Sword Elder lives. It really is mysterious. Lin Ling followed the Sword Elder as they walked forward. As he looked around, he was secretly surprised. He could feel that these swords all seemed to have a sword soul. These swords were all left behind by the D family bloodline. So far, the D family bloodline only has 3 pure descendants. Stopping at the summit of the mountain, the Sword Elder looked at Lin Ling and the others. Then, he looked at Sakura and said, "Tun, you have been out adventuring since you were a child. Now that you have finally returned to the 7 Profound Martial House, I hope that you can bring glory to the D family bloodline, and wash away the shame of the D family bloodline." This was the first time that Sakura had seen the Sword Elder. He had been out adventuring since he was a child, and had only just returned. But Di Jichuan had seen this elder brother of his, but he did not have a deep impression of him. I will challenge the martial house master, and take back the glory that we have lost. Sakura's face was cold and indifferent. In the past, the Limitless Sword Saint's father had received a disciple, and that disciple had colluded with others to frame the martial house master, and had even stolen the Limitless Sword Saint's sword bone, causing their D family bloodline to decline. This was a disgrace, and also the goal of Sakura's life. The sword elder nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Di Jichuan and said, Jichuan, you must also work hard. Di Jichuan had grown up in a branch family, and had never seen a great storm. Therefore, his temperament was somewhat timid, and he was not decisive enough. However, Di Jichuan also nodded. Lin Ling, although you are not of the Di family bloodline, you have obtained the only sword, Tyrant Song of the world. That is Di Wuji's sword. And this means that you are Di Wuji's successor. Therefore, no matter what, our Di family bloodline will treat you as a family member, and we will protect you forever. The sword elder finally looked at Lin Ling and said, this young man had appeared out of nowhere, and his name had shaken this year's genius disciple recruitment with the Tyrant Song of the world. At that time, the sword elder was very surprised, and he had never thought that Di Wuji's successor would appear. After that, he personally saw the young man's arrogance soaring to the clouds, and he had Di Wuji's pride and domineering aura. He did not lose face for Di Wuji in the slightest. Therefore, he knew that Di Wuji had found a good successor. After that, he used his name to protect the young man, and he did not hesitate to use Elder Xian's identity as a stake. He was so bold because he treated Lin Ling as his family member. Little brother, don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I will support it for you. Sakura looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He punched Lin Ling's chest with his fist. Although this was the first time he met Lin Ling, he saw the shadow of Di Wuji in Lin Ling, not to mention that Lin Ling had the Tyrant Song of the world. Big brother Lin Ling, from now on we will be a family. Di Jichuan also smiled. A family. Lin Ling's eyes kept flickering. This result was somewhat beyond his imagination. However, when he saw Sakura, Di Jichuan, and the sword elder looking at him with eyes full of affection, his heart felt warm. After coming to this world, he had his own family and friends, but he had never had a brother. Let us become sworn brothers. From now on, we do not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we ask to die in the same year and month. Sakura once again laughed heroically, causing Lin Ling to nod heavily. Chapter 5:12. Star Sea Pagoda. I am the oldest, so I will shamelessly be your big brother. In the 7 profound martial house, if anyone dares to bully you, my sword will not spare them. Sakura said again, his voice incomparably overbearing. Di Jichuan smiled and nodded, quickly saying, then I will be the 2nd brother. You seem to be younger than me, you should be the 3rd brother. Lin Ling interrupted him with a smile, causing Di Jichuan's handsome face to reveal a helpless expression. Clang! Then 3 swords were drawn and clashed in the air, representing the oath of the 3 brothers. The sword elder smiled as he looked at the 3 of them. In fact, this was the first time that he had seen these 3 youths. But to him, these 3 youths had a feeling of blood being thicker than water. As for Sakura and Di Jichuan, their goal was to regain the martial housemaster position. As for Lin Ling, the sword elder did not want him to be involved in this maelstrom, so he only wanted to protect Lin Ling. But what he did not know was that in Lin Ling's heart, Limitless Sword Saint was his benefactor. To help Limitless Sword Saint, Lin Ling was absolutely duty-bound. This was also one of the reasons that he had come to the 7 profound martial house. It was just that Lin Ling's current strength was too weak, so he had not spoken of his goal. Lin Ling, the 7 profound martial house has a clear hierarchy. If a Star Guard disciple wants to become a Moon Guard disciple, they must pass an assessment. 3 months from now, do you have confidence in passing the assessment? The sword elder asked Lin Ling. Sakura and Di Jichuan also looked at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with worry. Then Sakura laughed and said, it doesn't matter if you lose. At worst, you won't go to the 7 profound martial house. In any case, if anyone dares to touch you, I will be the first to oppose them. Lin Ling's heart warmed. The Sword Elder was not sure whether he would win, but he still supported him. Sakura was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Once he recognized him, even if he had to fight against the heavens, he would protect him. These people treated Lin Ling with sincerity. Rest assured, I will not lose. Lin Ling smiled and nodded his head, which made the Sword Elder and the other elders smile. They really liked the confident appearance of this youngster. After that, the few of them rested on the myriad sword's peak, chatting and laughing happily. The members of the D family were generous by nature, and once they acknowledged each other, they would immediately treat each other sincerely. Back then, the Wuji Sword Saint was the same. He was sincere to his senior brother, but unfortunately, he was framed and betrayed by his senior brother. Come, let's drink. Loud laughter could be heard from time to time. What made Lin Ling upset was that although D family people were all generous and carefree, every single one of them was a drunkard. Even D Jichuan, a gentle and handsome young master, was like that. The night light was like water. In the vast seven profound martial house, some places were brightly lit, and some places were pitch black. It was filled with an ancient and mysterious flavor. The Shanghai Tower was a huge tower that towered into the clouds. It had a total of 99 floors, and it was a symbol of the status of a Star Guard disciple. It was also a cultivation tower. It was said that if one could cultivate on the 99th floor, then becoming a Moon Guard disciple was just around the corner. This was where Lin Ling would cultivate. He had to go from a Star Guard disciple to a Moon Guard disciple within 3 months. Around the Shanghai Tower, there were large and small houses. When Lin Ling came here alone, a voice sounded out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. As Lin Ling walked down the road, under the illumination of the moonlight, a slender figure appeared in front of him. It was Long Xiaochen. Long Xiaochen had not become Su Fan's disciple, so he had naturally started to cultivate from the very beginning, and had also become an official disciple. Long Xiaochen. Lin Ling smiled. Although this youth was very arrogant, he was also straightforward and upright. Therefore, he had a good impression of Long Xiaochen. The challenge of becoming an official disciple begins. Lin Ling, do you know how many disciples there are here? Long Xiaochen shrugged his shoulders and walked towards Lin Ling. But Lin Ling shook his head. In the memories that Limitless Sword Saint had left him, there was indeed some information about the 7 profound martial house. But the Star Guard level was the most basic disciple camp, so Limitless Sword Saint didn't know much. I've heard that there are at least 90,000 disciples. Besides this year's disciples, there are also the geniuses from last year and the year before. Long Xiaochen solemnly said. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. There really were a lot of people. These geniuses only have one goal, and that is to rush to the 99th floor of the Shanghai Tower. Only then will they have the qualifications to be a Moon Guard level disciple. However, there are so many geniuses here, but there are very few that can become a Moon Guard level disciple. You tell me, how difficult is that test? Some people even spend 3 years trying to reach the 99th floor. As the two of them walked, Lin Ling saw that the lowest cultivation of these geniuses was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. But Lin Ling's cultivation was the lowest among these geniuses. If the peak of the heavenly spirit realm were placed in the lower 3 realms, then any one of them would be a tycoon of the lower 3 realms. But here they were only the lowest level disciples. The 7 profound martial house was more terrifying than he had imagined. To become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months, no one in the 7 profound martial house can do that. Long Xiaochen pointed out. I'll do it. Lin Ling confidently smiled. I won't lose to you. If you can do it, then I can do it too. Long Xiaochen's eyes exuded an endless fighting spirit. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, then let's see who's faster. Moreover, Lin Ling had a feeling that besides Long Xiaochen, there were many other geniuses that wanted to see him fail. They all wanted to surpass him, and the next time they met, they would be above his head. However, although their ambitions were good, they would never have the chance to realize them. Let's go, we'll find our residence. The two of them moved forward again. Official disciples were not given any cultivation resources. Everything depended on themselves, but they had already arranged a place to live. The massive Star Sea Pagoda was surrounded by a massive number of wooden huts. Each wooden hut had a genius living in it. When Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen arrived at their own wooden hut, they helplessly discovered that someone was actually living in it. Although a martial artist did not care about where they lived, no one wanted to cultivate in front of so many people and have their cultivation methods seen through. Therefore, they planned to have the genius living in the wooden hut leave. After all, according to the rules, the wooden hut belonged to them. At this moment, the wooden hut's door was pushed open, and a tall and sturdy figure walked out. He frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen. "Why are you staying in my residence? Is there a problem?" He was around 19 years old and should be a genius from last year. But his voice was extremely cold. "My official disciple status is number 108. This wooden hut just happens to be number 108, so it seems to be my residence." Lin Ling frowned and then slowly said. The genius youth froze for a moment, and then burst into laughter. There were many geniuses all around watching, and they could not help but laugh. This was the first time that these two little fellows had come to the 7 Profound Martial House. Newcomers? There is a garbage dump at the east gate. That is where the newcomers live. Now get out of here. The tall and sturdy youth coldly said. If you don't accept this, you can report to the 7 Profound Martial House. Just say that I, Huang Lin, have seized your residence, and see who will speak up for you. As these words fell, Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen were stunned. This person had seized their residence, but it seemed that he was in the right. What was going on here? You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.